the National Parks Board meeting today. As with previous meetings, I suppose the first thing to draw your attention to is that we've sought to continue to build and stay sharing what our decision-making is with the wider audience. And whilst we have nobody who's come to join us today in the building, we, I believe, have a number of people watching us online. So welcome to those who are doing that as well. We've talked through the instructions for using that. Just a quick reminder, if you can, please do press the button, make sure you can be heard so everybody can take part. That's covered the basic welcomes. Thereafter, we are just going to go through some other more specific welcomes. So first, Zen, welcome. Delighted you could come and join us. Zen Zegal, everybody will do an introduction in a moment, has joined us as, for a year-long shadowing project, which is really seeking to help us continue to develop our journey in EDI, quality, diversity and inclusion, to keep challenging us and the quality of our decision-making to try and make sure we draw on that. So really delighted you can come and join us. And as far as shadowing is concerned, you can do everything but vote. So, and don't worry, votes turn up from time to time, but we really welcome your input and delighted you can join us today. So as much as there are welcomes, I also believe there's a few amongst us, Billy, Bob, David, who this will be your last meeting because you are not, so you're not standing again in the direct elections. We will do a proper farewell and send off to all of you in due course, but for the purposes of today's board meeting, I just want to note how grateful I am for all of the work you've done over a mixture of years, but a sterling period of time and the value it's added, and it's been really grateful for that. So thank you ever so much. In addition, Martin is changing coats. I think, is that the phrase? I don't know. So Martin is directly elected, and therefore that will come to a close. But Stirling Council have nominated, that's in the public domain, Martin to return to the board in September. So you get a summer sabbatical to breathe and recharge. So enjoy the gap. But and of course, we will touch on wider changes of the board as an item a little later in the agenda with more detail behind it. So that's covered the welcomes. I'm just going to turn to everybody now, if you would be kind enough just to welcome and say hello. And I'll begin with myself. I'll then just ask members to introduce themselves. I'm James Stewart. I'm the convener and a ministerial appointment to the board. If I could turn to you. Well, I've got a list in an order, but I wonder if we might just start at that end of the table, if that's okay. And if we could do members and staff as well, that'd be wonderful. So all the way down to the far end and dive on in.
Hi Zen, my name's Deborah Sandals and I'm Place Projects Manager here at the National Park in the staff team.
Thank you.
Good morning, Stuart Mearns, Director of Place at the Park Authority.
Good morning, David McCowan, locally elected member for Loch, Lomond South West.
Good morning, Shawnee Patterson, elected representative from Argyll and Bute on the National Park Board.
Good morning, everybody. Martin Earle, locally elected board member for Callander.
Thank you, Martin. Morning all, Ronnie Erskine, government appointed member. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. Zen Sego, and I'm the newly appointed shadowing board member, and look forward to learning from everyone here today.
Morning, everyone. Sarah Drummond, ScotGov appointed member to the board.
Morning, Simon Jones, Director of Environment and Visitor Services.
And I'm Pete Whiteman, the Director of Corporate Services.
Morning, I'm Margaret Gallagher, the minute taker for the meeting.
Morning, I'm Gordon Watson, Chief Executive.
I'm Douglas Smith, the Board and Committee Manager.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome, Jen. I'm Willie Nisbet. I'm the elected member for South and East Loch Lomond. Thank you.
Morning, everybody. I'm Anna McLean, Director of Engagement and Innovation.
Good morning. I'm Bob Darracott, the locally elected member for Ward 1, the Cowal Peninsula, effectively, and North Loch Lomond.
Hi there, I'm Billy Ronald, a local elected board member for Redalbin and Trossachs, Ward 2.
Morning, Danny Gibson, Stirling Council nominated board member.
Good morning, Christopher Spray. I'm a ministerial appointee to the board.
Hi, my name is Claire Chapman and I'm a ministerial appointment to the board.
Good morning everyone, my name is Kenny Old. I'm Head of Visitor Services for the National Park Authority.
Thanks everybody. There are a few other members of staff who will join us and we'll introduce those when they join us for those items. That just takes me then to apologies. And I've got apologies from Diane, Bobby, Alistair and Murray, and I think that covers us all. So the next piece of administration is you'll notice that our fourth session today, so just after lunch, is a confidential session. To allow that, Douglas is going to just take us through a resolution which would allow us to take that those items in closed session. So Douglas, can I just turn to you to take us through that resolution, please?
Certainly, Chair. Under Section 50A, brackets 4 of the Local Government Scotland Act 1973, the Board can, by resolution, exclude members of the public during consideration of an item of business where it is likely that there would be disclosure to the public of exempt information. Accordingly, if members are so minded, they may pass a resolution to exclude members of the public from the meeting during consideration of agenda items 15-16 on the basis that exemption information would be disclosed to them if the discussion was held in public. This resolution would be made in accordance with Section 50A of the Local Government Act.
Thanks, Douglas. And just by show of hands, can I get an indication from members if they're agreeable to that resolution? And that's passed, so we will take that session in private. Thanks, everybody. Just by way of final reminders in terms of introduction, I'm convener and evidently chairing or endeavouring to chair the meeting, and Gordon Watson is the Chief Executive, the Deputy is Willie, and the proper officer for the meeting is Douglas. That takes us to item 2 in declarations of interest, and as ever, can you just indicate if you feel there is a interest you'd wish to note and which item it would be? David.
Chair, just for clarification, it's the confidential item later on the last visitor centre. I stood out before. Oh, I will start again. Chair.
You did it for all
just
of us.
for clarification, confidential item, the last visitor centre later on. I've stood out before. I think I noted that it's not a decision paper, so I don't know if you wish me to stand out or what you want me to do in that.
So as with all management conflicts, it's up to you, but if I were in your shoes, I would be encouraging you to step out for that particular discussion.
Noted, thank you.
Excellent. Any other? Heather, please.
Well, it's not really a conflict of interest. It's more just, yeah, it is pressed. You did that last time. It's not working, obviously. I can assure you I pressed it and it's red. We'll use that one. Okay. I know a bit about microphones.
I need to go back to school.
That sounds better.
We'll share. I'll move further over. It wasn't really a conflict of interest. It was more a declaration of interest. I'm on the board of Nature Scot, and the Chief Executive's report includes the new national park decision making and discussions. So it was just to remind everybody. Thanks, Jeeves.
Perfect. Thanks, and thanks for noting that. I think you can hold on to that because there's a surplus. Any others? In which case, just as ever, everybody, if you do spot something in terms of a conversation that you feel is becoming a conflict, draw it to our attention so we can manage it at the time. That's covered declaration of interest. That takes us then to item 3, and the minutes of the meeting held on the 14th March 2022. Firstly, just can I turn to if there are any comments or observations about the minutes from members before I... In which case, can a proposer, please? Claire, and a second. Right, Heather. Great. And that, therefore, approves those minutes. And I just, by show of hands, the final approval, again, just turning to members, by show of hands, approval of the minute. Thank you very much. That takes us to item 4, matters arising. This is simply for note. Pete, is there anything you draw our attention to, I think?
Thanks, Chair. There's just a couple of items on the matters arising. They're both to do with risk management, risk appetite. So it was really, we're still planning to hold a risk appetite workshop on the back of last meeting's approval of the risk management framework. It was quite challenging to try to squeeze that in before summer, quite a bit in the diaries already. So we're currently looking at autumn to do that. So it's just to update on that. But we will be covering the risk register itself in the confidential session today.
Great, thanks. Any comments, questions from members? Just Ronnie.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just conscious of the paper that will be coming to the board in December on the plan, and also the changes to board membership over the next few months. I know you're looking at autumn, Pete. I think it might be helpful if we can manage to do that in September, so we've got some prep prior to the planning discussion. Do you think that's possible? I know we'll have a lot of things on the September meeting as well.
We will, so we don't have a date yet. We will aim for sort of early in autumn for sure. I think it's partly kind of coordinating, obviously, everybody's time, coordinating with, we'll have induction happening as well at the same time. So I'm hopeful that there'll be kind of a time we can link it in with some of that, including induction, but we've got a board meeting, audit committee meeting, etc. So it's trying to find the most appropriate time that kind of works for everybody. But absolutely agree with your point that with the partnership plan kind of in development, it's important that we have the discussion around kind of risk appetite. Yeah.
Thanks, Ronnie. And I think, echo that sentiment, which is we've got quite a few things to choreograph. So if we can get the optimum timing, that would be ideal. So any other points on matters arising? In which case, that was just an item for note. That allows us then to move on to the first of our 3 decision papers, the National Park Place Programme. And Stuart, I'm going to hand over to you for this part.
Thanks, James. I was just going to pass firstly to Bob Darricott, who's just as paper sponsor, is just going to say a few words.
Thanks, Stuart. Thanks, James. Yeah, I wouldn't want this sort of half-page of notes to be made redundant so quickly in the proceedings. Stuart and Deborah are going to say much more about this document before us today than I will. I just want to say a couple of words by way of a broad introduction. And thanks for the invite to do so. This is a pretty significant new piece of work for the park. It's chunky, as you can see. I hope you've all taken every detail in. But if not, I'm sure Deborah will make a full presentation and will be prepared to answer any specific questions. It's the first time, I think, we've actually, as a park, tried to pull together what other organisations might consider to be a capital programme and how we seek to try and spend our capital resources over a longer term period. And of course, as the paper explains, we now have the chance over a 5-year period to give that consideration. It's a collective effort, and that's again evident from the paperwork in front of you. Significant partner, private sector, community engagement has been undertaken. And I think it's pretty evident also that if we're going to maximise our own fairly limited capital resources in the years ahead, we have to seek to try and lever in private funds, other sources of funding, external funding, and so on and so forth. And so this will be a really important document to ensure that that's the case. The programme seeks to contribute, obviously, to wider park strategies, and that's referred to again throughout the document, future nature, mission zero targets, and so on and so forth. It will become an important feed into the work that we do as we start to prepare the new local development plan over the next couple of years. I'd also like to thank the members of the Futures Group who took time over the last 6 months or so to have a look at the approach that was being taken, to listen into the ways and means the approach that was being, and the ideas that were coming forward as Deborah and Stuart and the team pulled this paper together, provided comments and commentary on that, and have provided advice throughout, really. And my final comment, which really isn't something that comes out through the paper, it's just a sort of a personal comment about the complexities of actually trying to implement a capital programme. We know it's a difficult thing to do in its own right. It's even more difficult when you're trying to lever significant private sector involvement and engagement through the process as well. And so we have to be very mindful, I think, as we go through this process over the next 3 or 4 years, that, you know, we do try to lever additional funding in. We need to lever that funding in, but at the same time we have to be mindful of the fact that we have a capital programme ourselves to spend, and sometimes, as has been reported around this table in the past, we haven't been that successful at doing so. So there's a bit of a balancing act which we have to be mindful of as we go through and we listen to the detail of the projects involved here, about balancing our own spending requirements and maximising and levering in additional resources. But I'll pass over to Stuart and Deborah, and they can take us through the paper. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. So I'll just say a few kind of contextual kind of words at the start to complement, I guess, what Bob has covered before handing over to Deborah, just to take board through a bit more of the detail. And you know, I'm delighted to bring this report to board. You know, members will be aware from the change in our operating model last year that increasing our capacity for capital projects, our capital programme, was obviously a conscious decision we made, recognising that while we've got our own sites to look after, in solving and improving some of the problems we face from a visitor management point of view, and also some of the opportunities that we need to look beyond our own sites as well. So we needed to take a holistic approach, and in doing so we needed to work with partners, as Bob's made reference to. So obviously we've set up a new team and to really kind of lead the charge, coordinate, work with internally across teams as well as externally as well. So this report today provides the output of the work that we've done to date, and I feel very significant work that we've done to date in terms of bringing together different threads that provides that start point for us as well. I see this very much, as you've seen the paper, as a step change approach, and there's a number of opportunities that we do have in our favour in terms of budget, in terms of the funding environment more externally on visitor infrastructure, but equally the read across with other key areas as well, as we'll talk about. And in terms of just, I suppose, the kind of term place, I think that's very appropriate, because that is, in its essence, is about taking a holistic approach. So that looks beyond our own sites, it looks to the needs of communities, visitors and businesses, and bring things together, as well as just being very mindful of the sensitive landscape and environment of the national park as well. So obviously some of the challenges we've seen is just the rise in visitor numbers, but equally it provides opportunities as well, and that's through, it links in with other work we're doing in terms of, say, for example, in facilitating and the work we're trying to establish a shuttle bus. So it's that integrated approach. So really that's the kind of, I suppose, a bit more context from me, but at this point I'll hand over to Deborah, who will take you through a bit more detail. Thanks.
Thanks, Stuart. In terms of the papers for the PLACE programme, I'm aware that there's a suite of 5 documents that are in your board pack, but what I'd like to do is talk you through Appendix 1, which is sets out the position statement, the approach for the capital programme, the PLACE programme, over a 5-year plus period. So as we've heard, it's been informed by Futures Group, it's been developed with our National Park Safe Recovery Action Group partners, and also communities and businesses through the Strategic Tourism Infrastructure Studies for East and West Loch Lomond. And last week I was really fortunate to go along to the Youth Committee and have a presentation and question and answer session with them too. So In terms of the detail of the programme, the measures in the position statement for the PLACE programme follow a strategic approach that is thematic and topic-based and also geographic. And as Stuart noted, it's within a place-based framework that's intended to be much more joined up and collaborative with benefits for people and nature, climate and place. So in terms of the strategic approach, one of the things I wanted to draw your attention to is the investment hierarchy, and that follows the Scottish Government investment hierarchy, which involves firstly looking at the strategic approach to investment. So what do we do first? We have a look at what we have. And so in doing that, that's where we've done the strategic tourism visitor infrastructure studies, initially focused in West and East Loch Lomond. And that's where we've also had a good look with the Futures Group at our thematic priorities. The next step in the strategic approach is really about raising standards of what's around the park. And so that relates to upgrade of sites that we have, development of a design guide, setting a sort of standard and template for how we'll be working, and designing with nature, really bringing that through in terms of our future nature commitment, and in doing the right thing for the national park, its people and its landscape. The next step up, I suppose, is about facilitating a modal shift, and here we bring in our Mission Zero aims. So that's about repurposing sites that we have to facilitate that modal shift. So thinking about facilities that we need to enable people to use electric cars, to enable people to use public transport more, to enable people to use their bicycles and walk more as well. And included in that also other Mission Zero actions, so maybe about managing water on sites and drainage. And then I suppose the fourth and final tier is about looking at new and or developed sites, so looking at infrastructure across the national park and improvements and changes that we need to make in those areas. So that's the investment hierarchy of the strategic approach. At the outset, I mentioned about a thematic approach, so I just wanted to highlight the thematic principles that we have within the appendix. So there are 5 thematic priorities, and the first one is about supporting sustainable development for people and nature. So that's promoting a really high quality landscape experience for both visitors and communities and business, enhancing the place, and also making sure that we're making a positive contribution to the special qualities of the national park. Supporting sustainable development through climate and nature actions. So that's looking at the principles of future nature, the principles of Mission Zero, and again, making sure that that positive action is embedded in the work that we do across the programme. Supporting inclusion and improved accessibility to the national park is the third thematic priority in our approach. And really that's about identifying ways in which we can facilitate more inclusion and equal access to people within the national park. And the fourth theme is about more sustainable ways of travel, and the fifth about supporting visitor management and dispersal. So hopefully, as I've been explaining those, you will have heard the read-through from the sort of investment hierarchy to the themes. And then the second element of the strategic approach, the thematic element and the geographic, is about working within a place-based framework that looks across the national park and understands issues that are specific to different areas within the park. Obviously, the park's a very, very diverse area. So we facilitated the development of 4 local visitor management groups, East Loch Lomond, West Loch Lomond, Strathard and the Trossachs, and also the Calendar area. And further groups will be developed, one for Loch Earn, Balquidder and Strathire, one for Balloch, including access to Loch Lomond and Gartahan, a further one for Strathfillan and Glendocket, and the 8th for Cowell. And the idea is to, focus on those areas and work in the same way that we have in East and West Loch Lomond, learning from and developing the process that we've used there to look at that strategic approach to investment in those areas in visitor management groups. So that's, again, coming back to our strategic approach. So the work has initially focused on East and West Loch Lomond, and also started in Strathard and the Trossachs, primarily because they are the areas that had the highest level of visitor pressures during the COVID-19 pandemic when it was at its highest, and also for East and West Loch Lomond attracted COVID recovery funding through the Scottish Government's COVID Recovery Fund administered by Visit Scotland through their RTIF unit. So those technical studies have been used, the technical reports from those, which are appendices 4 and 5, to inform the PLACE programme. And so at the back of the PLACE programme, we've got the set of indicative tables. And I think one of the things to note with the tables is that, you know, there's a broad partnership looking at this work. And while everyone will use their really best efforts to prioritise and, sort of progress the programme, you know, really looking to make positive changes for people and place, for climate and nature, delivery is dependent on us having sufficient resources and staff capacity and, you know, community representative capacity as well available. And, you know, a favourable working environment in terms of availability of materials, consultants and contractors, particularly post-pandemic, and, you know, also other operating environment circumstances as they arrive. So with that cautionary note, I'll come back to the tables, and projects that will deliver on our sort of strategic aims and the thematic priorities have been identified through the studies, and they're listed in the indicative summaries in geographic areas. The tables aren't exhaustive. The focus is on those larger, more strategic actions where we're making changes to how our assets are used, in line with the strategic approach that I mentioned earlier. And, strategic projects are highlighted that will bring real change on their own, but you will notice a few smaller projects in there that collectively will bring a big benefit, so collectively may have, a big impact on one of our thematic priorities. So I suppose just to round that off before we have any questions, what we're looking for is for you to consider the approach, the position statement, which is at Appendix 1, and the longer-term strategic direction to raise the standards of our infrastructure, direct budgets and influence partners, putting people in place, climate and nature firmly at the fore of the way in which we'll work. Thanks.
Great, thanks all, Bob, Stuart, Deborah. Just before opening to members, just to draw members' attention to what we're being asked, we are being asked to approve Appendix 1, and specifically within that, by approving that, therefore, the way in which investment in the National Park Authority budget will be directed and that of funders and partners influenced. And the other part is that to note the background reports that are provided as part of it. So, having drawn your attention to that, now over to members for any questions or comments that have popped to mind. Sarah, do you want to kick us off?
Hey, thanks for that, Deborah, Stuart and Bob. And Kenny, you might come into this as well, I think. So I've got some notes. I just wanted to put on record that I think this is a really unique and exciting moment for the National Park. It's what drew me to come here. I remember sitting in Calendar before I applied thinking, what if we thought about journeys with buses around, around the area? So I'm really excited about this investment plan. And I think it's an opportunity for everyone, for nature to be restored, for how we think about visitor management, the economic opportunities for local communities that could come out of this, but really how we kind of balance and invest in nature and really create that kind of joined up modal transport shift. So this really is a really, I think, exciting moment. And I'm really thankful to see the term user needs mentioned in this plan and how we think about joining up these journeys. So for me, this means that service design has to go hand in hand with our infrastructure investments. And we need to be thinking about what our kind of core user journeys are that are preferred, that both support local communities and the economy, but also protect nature and the environment. So I guess I've got a few questions just for us to be, it's questions and also things to be mindful of as we go through this process. So in kind of light of these kind of defined routes through the park and kind of preferred areas, just some questions about the service stuff. Places don't exist without services. They're the things that we use every day. We often forget them, like going to the bank, going to a cafe. So with this comes exciting opportunities like bike repair shops, restaurants, transport services, often those invisible things. So my questions are, how will we as a national park ensure to consider that the services designed that sit around this plan, that both sit within the national park and out with, because services don't sit on a geographic boundary, we find out about them before we arrive. How will we make sure on a continuing basis that these align with this investment or capital plan, as we're calling it? The second question I've got, and a kind of just a reflection as well. I'm delighted to see from some of the Futures Group work, and I think just the principles of this organisation, that we're going to be championing inclusive and accessible design. I think that's really, really important. And when I say inclusive, I mean making services affordable for young people, people who can't afford to visit the national park or travel around it, and accessible, people who might have disabilities, who can't get onto the right path or can't get onto the transport. But how will we, when services are run by businesses and local communities out with the control of us as a service provider, how will we make sure that they link up with our thematic priority around being inclusive and accessibility? What work are we going to do to ensure that? And the third question I've got is, with obviously, as I said, with the rise of visitor numbers comes opportunities actually for local communities, for local jobs, for new economic development. But how are we going to work with communities, and on what timeline, to make sure that they are aware of, whether they live here or people who will come to the national park to run businesses, how will they be aware of the opportunities that they can come to run something or be part of this plan? Because I think that's really important, and something I've heard from other members around creating local jobs and local opportunities. And the kind of bigger question that I've often heard Chris say is really, with this plan, what will really feel different about being in a national park? What makes it different to come visit here than just to go in a car and go to Dumfries or go to Fife or go to Elgin? What is different about being in the national park with this plan? So some quite big questions, but also a lot of enthusiasm for it, and excitedness around the possibility. And I think, Deborah, you've mentioned a lot around the kind of visitor engagement groups, but there's a lot of work for us to really bring them on board with over and above the investment and infrastructure plan. So hopefully that's helpful enthusiasm and some questions for us to open up with.
Thanks, Sarah. How do you, Deborah, can you field them all, or Stuart? I think it feels like there could be a few contributors to.
I'll kick off.
Do you want to kick off?
If that's okay. So, no, thank you very much, Sarah. So, in terms of, I suppose, integration with wider services, I suppose that in preparing this work, there's been 2 levels of engagement with partners at a strategic level. So we've had, we brought together other public bodies, councils, Transport Scotland, and the like, at a kind of senior management level, where we've been talking about the work and so forth, and that's brought into the conversation about their own capital investment thinking, and it gets into therefore about, you know, the kind of local authority service provision. So so in terms of how do we integrate? Well, in essence, we're having a much different, a different conversation now than we were before, I suppose, is the way I would say. So I think that is there, but that's going to be a growing conversation. I think also that this work joins up dots, as well as really bringing a focus and some capacity. So I think over time, I would see this providing, as you say, opportunities, because if it links with our LDP, it also helps to influence the work of partners as well, because obviously there's other work, there's City Deal, there's shared prosperity funds, there's various other initiatives working around that this actually joins up the dots as well. So it complements and helps to build on the point about services and about accessibility as well. In terms of inclusive design, obviously a parallel work obviously is the preparation of our own more internal focused design guide. So that is about the materials, about the standards that we'll have in terms of the setup of a site and thinking about users. So from that point of view, and I see, Sarah, that the work that we do is almost it's open source. So it's there for partners to use in terms of how they work on their sites, and for businesses as well. So in terms of standards and influencing, that's the way I would see that helping. And we will be so I don't see this as being right, we've prepared this, the PLACE programme today, and then that's it. I see it as an iterative and ongoing dialogue that we're going to have. On the rise in numbers and just working with communities about being aware of opportunities, I think absolutely, there's been, in the groups that we've, visitor management groups that have helped inform the work in the strategic studies, there has been community representation there as well. And I see, and again, back to my point about joining up dots, I see this having a key role in informing, we have got communities that are preparing their own community place plans. And again, I see it linking in with that. So that will again help to bring the thinking, the opportunity to the fore as well. And lastly, I suppose that's quite a tricky question about what will feel different, you know, how the park will feel different. But you know, I've had some very interesting conversations in the work that we've been doing, and one of them is about you know, the quality of the park. Quality as a destination from a visitor point of view, but equally somewhere to live, is really important. But actually, that gives us the strength in the park, and that does differentiate, because you know, obviously, you know, one of our characteristics is we have a ranger service that helps with education, awareness. And just that, you know, there is a kind of service engagement there as well. So I think in terms of feeling different, well, if we can improve our sites as they are and get them working better, influence other you know, public sector and private sites to be better, then it absolutely will feel different. So I suppose that's my run through, and is there anything you'd add, Deborah?
No, I don't have anything to add, thank you.
Gordon does.
Sorry. Sorry. I suppose just to add, and I mean to commend the team as well, as part of what this work is doing is actually lifting everybody's heads up after 2 years of having to react, and obviously react to what's happening in our communities, what's happening to our businesses in terms of what the pandemic's thrown up over the last few years. So I think it's really great the team have managed to do this work at the same time as managing all of that. And I think, you know, the function of doing that gets us on the journey that you described, Sarah. So I think this is excellent, because it's getting our partners thinking more strategically. It's not just about the boots on the ground, it's how we kind of corral our investment and our assets. Obviously, we work with the Park Destination Group, and in the past we have used, you know, the opportunity of investment to think about what is the visitor experience we're trying to create here, and for that to help businesses think about what their future opportunities to play a role are, and what sort of visitor experiences they're providing. I do think the thing that we can do differently is the join up, the itinerary, the different visitor experiences. We can package that, because we're, you know, as a destination, and I think we'll do that with businesses. And I suppose one theme that we'll come back to in another conversation is communities and the opportunity for communities to acquire assets and so on. And obviously that sort of work has been knocked off beam a bit by the pandemic as well. And so there is a theme of community wealth building that the government are very keen to pursue. And I think, you know, that's another area of work we'll be looking at. And there are assets in private ownership that are sitting there not doing very much, that, you know, we can help communities with as well, that will support not just the publicly owned assets as well, and businesses. So there's all these strands that I think this work will stimulate. Thanks.
Thanks, Gordon. Heather.
Yeah, thanks. It was just to build on that point a little bit, and also to ask a question, but it was also to remind members around the enhanced role of the Countryside Trust as well, around community engagement, and specifically nature and climate, but also well placed to sort of help with that sustainable development theme as well, and really moving towards embracing that sort of digital engagement around the Countryside Trust role as well. So I think that's another addition in terms of capacity around that. But yeah, I just wanted to also thank the team for what is, you know, a huge piece of work. Just reading through the papers, you know, it's really incredible how the sort of breadth it's covering. So that brings me to my question around risks, because I think on the first paper, Section 7 is looking at risks, and while I totally agree that the risk of not doing this is higher than the risk of doing it, 7.2 does have a big list in there of the risk. It's almost a catch-all with risks. I can't think of a risk that we're missing out of that risks list. And just then also comparing it to our net zero route map and our future nature sort of route map. I think built into that is a desire to be fleet of foot, to perhaps not receive some funding or some capacity around an area, and be able to switch priority. So just looking at these suite of papers and thinking about risk in particular, then I think my question is around, you know, some assurance in terms of timescale and priorities that can change looking at the risks you're managing. So I'm assuming under these projects, and there will be project risk registers. And so it's just really maybe to assure us a little bit more about these risks, because it is a kind of broad statement around risk 7.2, and then it's not really mentioned again in the papers. Thanks.
Thanks, Heather. Deborah, do you want to kick us off? Great.
Yes, you rightly identify that it is a high-risk programme, and I think, as I noted in my introduction, coming out of a pandemic into delivering a programme of this nature complicates things even further. One of the benefits, though, is it's a very broad programme. It has a high number of partners, and so what we're doing is looking at individual risks for sub-projects within the programme and seeking to manage the programme as a whole. And the idea would be that if something is at risk of slipping in terms of time, that we would have other projects ready to come in and fill that gap. Obviously that can't always happen, but that is the way of working that we're seeking. But yeah, there are risks inherent in delivering a physical programme, particularly when largely restricted to working in the autumn and winter months. And I think there was a point raised earlier about taking care to ensure that we spend our own budget, as Bob said, and balancing that with chasing funds from other funders. So, yeah.
I think I'd also observe that I certainly viewed this as the existence of this plan as mitigating one of our other risks, which is we actually end up with capital unspent at the end of it. So actually this for me becomes a clear statement of what the pipeline is, so we don't find ourselves having to scrape around for something. We actually have a clear taxi rank effectively. So I think I certainly viewed it in mitigating a different risk as its mere existence. Sorry, that's prompted Stuart.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to add, I suppose, we're very much, we are establishing the pipeline, and we've gone from, if you like, while we've got our own estate work that we do, but with this, we're actually going from zero, if you like, in terms of the investment programme. So we're very much, if you like, year on year, building up and getting baseline information in some key sites, and we've obviously set ourselves up in terms of procurement and so forth, so we've got the room to manoeuvre. So, we have got to establish the pipeline, but that's the work that we're doing. And that helps, as Deborah says, that helps to give us, the kind of the options and the breadth. But, that does take a bit of time, but yeah, we'll just add to that.
Thanks, Stuart. And Pete, I think you wanted to come in.
Yeah, thanks. I was just going to respond, Heather, just a little bit about kind of the process around risk, as you asked about kind of individual risk registers. So in terms of each of the projects that is sort of live and in delivery, there will be an individual risk register for that that's managed by the team, and that's everything from time of delivery of that program, budget, as you say, if there's any kind of community engagement risks, all of that will be there. As that project progresses, if those risks start to escalate and achieve a certain risk rating, as per kind of the framework that we talked about at the last meeting, it will be escalated to the risk register that goes to the audit committee. So the audit and risk committee will then see it on the project risk register if it's a significant enough risk and have the opportunity to understand that a bit further at that point. So that's kind of just a little bit about the process. We also have an internal project board that myself, Simon, and Stuart sit on from an exec perspective that meets about 6 weekly to go through all of our kind of projects in delivery that are high priority and talk about how they're going and risks around them.
Thanks, Pete. Claire, is it on this point or a new question? Chris, was it on this point or okay? Right. In which case, Heather, I think that covers things.
Yeah, no, it was that reassurance around oversight and also flexibility, because I think that's key, certainly to the route maps that we've developed in the past. That flexibility with sort of flat cash settlement, et cetera, is what I was asking for.
Bob, I think you had something on this point.
Yes. It's with reference to the work that we do with the community groups and the community engagement that's inherent in this plan and will continue in the years ahead. But it's also to do with risk, I think. As we understand around the board, we kind of understand the risks involved in implementing a capital programme, the potential delays, as Deborah said, implementing capital projects in the winter and the autumn and so on and so forth. I think we understand that, and so we know it's a risky business. From my experience, community groups, when you're engaging with them, and I'm sure it's Stuart's and Deborah's as well, they don't, you know, with the best will in the world, they don't have that knowledge. You talk to them about a particular project and they expect it to be delivered tomorrow, effectively. And so it's really just a word of, you know, not warning, but, you know, just hope, you know, we've got to guard against raising community expectations here. And when we are talking to them about what can be done within their communities, just making sure that we are being as detailed as we can about explaining the potential risks and pitfalls of carrying out, you know, partnership projects of this nature. Because, you know, it's not going to do anybody any favours if communities get really excited about some of the detail that's contained in here already, and then expect it to be delivered this year or next.
Thanks, Bob. And I think that addressed that. Sarah, I'm conscious I didn't come back to you and close it, but I think we closed your earlier questions. Yeah, great. In which case, Billy, you were next, then Claire, then Chris. So, Billy, please.
Yeah, I feel that one of the biggest risks in this is the housing, you know, in the small communities. You know, we've put in an infrastructure, but we still need people to run it. And there's so much shortage of housing in all of these small communities. All these small communities are struggling for the business already there, are struggling to get staff. And the reason is there's no housing, therefore, you know, I feel it's something that needs to be pushed a little bit.
But, Stuart, do you want to pick up? Because it feels like there's a connection to the LDP and how that work's evolving as well.
Thanks, Billy. No, you're absolutely right. You know, the park area does face challenges in terms of just housing provision, and we've made, however, we have made a lot of progress with a number of towns and villages around the park. Have those conversations, and the focus to make sure that we've got that right, and continue to work on it is there as well.
Thanks, Stuart. Gordon.
I just want to add to what Stuart said, because I think I'm going to be like a stuck record. The issue is getting landowners to release land for housing. We can have land allocated and so on, and where we've had success, and we've had quite a bit of success in recent years, it's where we've actually invested time with landowners to encourage them to participate in thinking about how a development would work and what's in it for them. So it's just to stress that's another investment of our time to make that happen. And in some communities where there's not housing happening, it's because we've got reluctant land ownership. So there's a task ahead on that we need to sort of keep plugging away at, because we need to. It's not just about designating land, whether it's for housing or for supporting development for the economy. In many cases, land ownership, it's one or two landowners that hold the keys to the future of some communities, and we will work on that as well.
Thanks, Gordon. Martin, Ronya, questions on this topic, or new to? Perfect. I'll see how I do. Claire. Thanks, Billy. I think that addressed that. So, Claire.
Thanks, Deborah. For me, the risk that jumped out was, how did we cost up a £10 million capital programme? Did we do it in-house, or have we kicked it around with our contractors? Just my experience, as soon as I go near a contractor, it just adds on a few extra zeros. So just wanted some reassurance around that. And then secondly, I really like the idea. I like James's idea of having a taxi rank of jobs that we can just pile into. But, are you thinking that we'll just, if we run out of funding, we'll just do those? You've obviously you've prioritised it, so we could just deal with the top ones. Or do you have a real desire, and do you see us being able to do the whole pile of jobs, or do you think realistically we're just going to get to the top three with running out of funding as being the real risk here? Oh, yes, one more thing was just in terms of going back to the contractor issue, are we going to be using frameworks, the same set of contractors to do all the capital works, or are you wanting it to be based on the local place, using local contractors? I was just interested if we're going to have like a one sort of relationship with one contractor around all these different areas with such a big capital program. Thank you.
Thanks, Claire. I think I'll come to your first question first. How did we cost it up? The costings, the indicative costings we've got in there are for East and West Loch Lomond only, and they're for a programme that would go beyond 5 years. We costed them up using our consultant, an engineering and landscape design consultancy, and they've been costed up in a very very conservative way, so the estimates are higher than, they're the top end estimates of delivering the entire programme. So that's how we costed it up. And there is quite a lot that needs to be done on East and West Loch Lomond, and that's why it is so expensive. And costs have increased markedly as well since the start of the pandemic. In terms of the prioritisation of the projects within there, the prioritisation has been done on a matrix that we have developed, which looks at a range of factors around the impact and benefits that the project will bring forward, the achievability of the project, and the sustainability benefits that we'll have for that project. So really looking at the thematic principles, an early stage of the thematic principles. So the studies that we have were funded by Visit Scotland Artif Unit using the Scottish Government COVID recovery funds, and they've been submitted to them, and they are in there with Visit Scotland as a pipeline, I suppose, of applications that they expect to come from us. So all the projects that are in there, as noted high, Visit Scotland are expecting us to apply to develop those projects. So that's where the costs have come from, and that's how we've prioritised them. In terms of who we're working with on these projects, we've used the Scotland Excel framework to do the strategic planning element of the work. So East and West Loch Lomond were done by the same consultant, and that same consultant is also doing Strathard and the Trossachs. When it comes to the individual sites and delivery of works within those individual sites, in terms of design, engineering, quantity surveying expertise, we're anticipating using a wider range of consultants to minimise the risk so that we're not dependent on one particular organisation, and so that we can encourage lots of different local businesses to become engaged. In terms of when I say local, it's a much broader area than the national park itself to be able to access the number of consultants that we would need. And then when it comes to works, we don't have a framework for works through Scotland Excel, and they would be tendered through PCS. So that's the approach that we'll be using, a bit of a mixture. And one of the benefits of using the framework is, that's been through the Scotland Excel process, and allows us to access consultants who have already been checked through those processes. And that was a really good development to be able to be part of Scotland Excel as we joined this August.
Great. I think that addressed them. Just conscious, keen to get as many questions through. So Chris, you're up next, followed by Martin, then Ronnie.
Thank you, Chairman. I seem to get a blue as well as a red. Oh, well. One comment and one specific question. So the comment, I agree with colleagues. I really think this is a great initiative and move forward, and I really like the way that we've taken a 5-year approach and we've brought in other partners with us. My comment is, I wonder if we're missing a trick here, and I'll link through to Future Nature and the ambition that we've set in Future Nature. Because when I go looking through the 5 themes and I pick up, not surprisingly, the climate and nature one, what I don't see is a big project in there about nature. What I see is infrastructure that supports a nature-centred approach. I see additional wildlife round the side of this, that and the other. I see nature built into design. What I don't see is a capital project that says, actually, biodiversity needs some capital expenditure in itself. And that's where the big shift in Future Nature is looking for. We're looking for major, large-scale, ambitious projects. And I was hoping I might find this. I see some really fabulous integration. So my missing trick comment is, I was thinking we ought to have in those themes a link into Future Nature and at least some large flagship, locally based areas where we're actually looking to promote nature. So that's my comment. And the question is a very specific one. And that is recognising the challenges of motorhomes. So in 7.1, we've got a pilot which is ongoing this year, which I'm delighted. But my question is, what's the piloting, if you like, and what is the outcome going to be? Because the rest of it is TBC for the rest of the 3 years. And I can see the nods from Johnny over there. But to me, that needed a lot more. And so my question specifically is, what is it piloting and what are we going to do with the results? Thank you, Chair.
Deborah, Grace.
Yeah.
I'll split it between, and I think Gordon's got something to add as well. So.
Yeah. Okay. So thanks for the comments on the PLACE programme and looking for the flagship biodiversity project. It's a rolling programme, so hopefully something will emerge as we go forward. Thinking about the challenge of the motorhomes, we've had quite a lot of difficulties with motorhome use in the Arica and Tarbert area. And so the Arica and Tarbert Airs pilot is about pulling together a code of conduct. It's about a communications plan and basically looking to alleviate the situation that we have been experiencing recently in Arica and Tarbert. So that's what the outcome will be. And hopefully at the end of that, we will have our Tarbert Pier picnic site being used more responsibly, and motorhomes in the Arica and Tarbert area in general integrating better with the community in that area. So that's what we're hoping for. I know Gordon wants to come in. I don't know if Kenny would like to add to that as well.
Yeah, I'm just on the Tarbert one. I mean, what that's modelling is how do you facilitate responsible motorhome use on a day site? So, you know, it's that, what are the ingredients to promote the turnover of the site for multiple use? Because that we've got that situation on a number of different sites where there's multiple users. We want to accommodate some form of motorhome use, but it can't be that basically that use is dominating and causing friction with other uses. Just on the future nature point, obviously we are working on a future nature delivery plan, and I think there's a constant learning around, for conservation nature projects, what is capital and what isn't. So we've been learning a bit on that in the peatlands action programme, and how we then apply that to other types of conservation projects. So we've obviously there's a new nature restoration fund. We think we've just had word we've been allocated £250,000 on top of our budget this year. We're trying to find out what of that is capital and what isn't. But I think just as the work has happened on the PLACE capital programme, in terms of trying to develop a package of projects, that's going to have to be thought about as well, and also just that whole multi-year pipeline of projects as well. So that is coming, it is not excluded, and how we then manage that around our whole capital programme will become clear once we've got that. But I don't know, Simon, if you want to add to that.
Yeah, if I can come in, yeah, I think it's a good question about, I suppose, a pipeline of future nature-related projects, and as Gordon says, that comes in, and that is developing with the route map development. But I suppose so much links to an earlier point it's about land managers and landowners willing to engage with that. So actually, experience over the past couple of years is we've had good capital allocation to put into that. We need willing participants to allow those things to happen on land, so on the land. So I suppose whether it would be something along the lines of a woodland expansion project or a major invasive non-native species project on the back of visitor management as well. I think it's about how we land this the PLACE programme and the Future Nature and the Mission Zero programme, so that when any kind of development is happening, we're thinking about the sort of sustainable outputs around nature and that. But I think that will come more with Future Nature, but the contact time with land managers and landowners is absolutely critical in that. Thanks.
Thanks all, and thanks, Chris. Yeah.
One comment back. I mean, thanks for that. It may just be that we need to tweak the language here, because the language at the moment is that nature and climate are supporting things to all of this. And that's great, absolutely no bother, nature-based, etc. But I do think we need to actually think that there are major capital whatever, I take your point entirely, that need to be thought of as well in their own right. Otherwise it looks, we're doing three things for visitors again, for transport, for infrastructure, absolutely. But I think we also need to put nature and climate right up there as well. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. And I suppose I'm conscious of the sort of, I suppose the genesis point of this particular piece of work is coming out of place and coming out of some of the pressures. And of course it's supported by the Rural Tourism Infrastructure Fund in terms of some of the background work that was developing it. So its genesis point is it's already connected a lot of dots. I think what is becoming clear is that process is just the beginning to get the first set of dots, and then the dots that continue to follow are Mission Zero, Future Nature, more on the service work, which Sarah mentioned, and you already indicated a continuing journey with the community themselves in terms of this is our part of the plan, but what's the whole community plan, and so the community thing. So I think I suppose I view this as a stage in that longer journey of continuing to identify and draw more dots together. Is that a fair reflection? And if it is, does that then meet your sort of challenge, Chris, in terms of at this moment in time with these things in journey, it sort of hits the mark? Stuart?
Yeah, I think it's a fair point, you know, Chris. And I suppose, you know, obviously, and we did kick about this informally in some sense, but I suppose where we come from the programme is we've looked at our visitor sites, the infrastructure, and we're kind of coming from there. We're absolutely recognising Future Nature, Mission Zero, and I think, you know, it's that integrated approach. So, you know, I don't think our thinking is absolutely an approach you've identified and what has been said there, but it is looking at across the piece. And so, you know, would this programme identify a nature project, or would it develop or would it be part of the delivery of supporting? Do you know what I mean? So I think that, you know, happy to, you know, I think it does reflect that, but happy if it needs, you know, an emphasis there. But it's just that read across for me. You know.
I don't want to extend this, but NP4 obviously has a national nature network in it. So at that level, clearly, you know, government planners and everyone do recognise it.
I suppose this could be a boil the ocean comment, which is we need some boundaries around, and at the moment I think we've got Future Nature, we've got these clear boundaries around. This one's got a genesis point, but actually what's exciting feels like the direction of travel in terms of how it keeps going and keeps drawing things ever closer. So I think we'll pause. Is that all right, Chris? Stop there. I'm conscious we do have a couple of other items we need to get to, but I'm keen to give this one air if we can. So Martin and Ronnie will finish with you, if that's right.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I just want to draw a couple of things together, if I may, probably leading on from Chris's comments generally. But I don't think as a board we can underestimate the importance of this. I'll go back to Sarah's point at the beginning. This is, for many, many years, people with long memories on this will remember and know how much people, both in and without with the National Park, to talk about where's the programme, where's the vision, where's the work, you know, they've talked about it in the past. And this is delivering this from a visitor management point of view. The opportunity that a 5-year programme, capital programme settlement presented has been taken to produce this. This is really important, and I don't think we should underestimate it. Now, there are many questions about different aspects of it, but the point being is we are now in a place for having that conversation and articulating those questions within a programme that has been pulled together. And I would come back to the point that Chris was talking about, biodiversity, environmental protection, net zero. They are front and centre to this. And I would go to the point that was been articulated through the Futures Group closing statement, which makes it front and centre of this, as well as the work that Stuart and Deborah and his team have been doing over many months about this. So it is there. It's absolutely embedded in this. And a crucial point about this is the way that this will, the impact of making that front and centre to a whole range of projects, be they big or small, but across the piece, will also create benefits in the visitor manager structure for not only visitors, but for communities as well. The very fact that we are placing these areas front and centre will lead to improvements in many ways that we are not unintended consequences, because they're intended consequences, but it's a direct result of putting these things front and centre. So I'm very positive about this, because I see this being really key to how the national park develops from a visitor structure management point of view over the next 5, 10, 15 years. We have actually started on a really important journey. Key to that will be visitor engagement. Community engagement, as we've talked about. And I was reading with interest some of the points about how that's been conducted so far in East and West Loch Lomond. And I suppose what I'd just like to get an understanding of is what Stuart and Deborah's experiences of that have been so far, because I think they've been very positive for the groups that have been engaged. And I suppose how you feel that we're moving on to other areas, but also retaining the engagement in these areas where you've already worked is going to be key, and how you envisage sort of bringing that ongoing engagement environment about, which I think is absolutely vital to explaining a lot of the challenges we face, as been talked about earlier, with delivering some of these projects.
Davin.
Hi. In terms of the engagement within East and West Loch Lomond, I think because of the the environment we were working in at the time, with the various COVID restrictions and such, ideally we would have taken much longer, and we would have engaged much more with people in the community and done that in person. And we're learning from that, and with the new studies in Strathard and the Trossachs, that's the approach we're going to be taking now that restrictions have lifted further. And in terms of continuing that engagement with people in East and West Loch Lomond, the visitor management group as a whole falls under Kenny's management, and they're looking at a whole range of issues, and those meetings will continue. But in terms of the specific infrastructure elements, then we have projects that we're taking forward in both East and West Loch Lomond. So in East Loch Lomond, we're looking at a Balmaha master planning process that will keep people engaged. And in West Loch Lomond, we have the Tarbert site redevelopment, which is a large-scale project looking at redeveloping our Tarbert site. And Argyll and Bute Council have used the studies to release funding for the Glenloyne car park, which is the one for the cobbler. So people will be able to be engaged in those as well. So I think, working with people to get that strategic overview, and then working also with people on specific projects to actually, deliver things, is the way in which we'll keep people in the older areas engaged with the PLACE programme. But I maybe just hand over to Kenny to talk more about the visitor management groups and how they're intended to operate.
Yeah, thanks, Deborah, and thanks, Martin. It's a very good point, because as we kind of hopefully move towards success, we'll have 8 functioning visitor management groups, and that's a huge amount of work to keep those conversations going. So we are acutely aware of that, and we're kind of working in tandem with Deborah's team and other tourism colleagues as well to make sure that there's at least some engagement. So at the moment, through some of those groups, it's working well, because we have these exciting infrastructure design plans coming through, and then hopefully as each of those in turn kind of slows down, we have a kind of a less intensive but still communication through kind of using our comms team, but less specialist staff resource. But it's definitely something we're doing. I mean, while I've got the mic, a part of this exciting point is that it's not just my team, it's not just Deborah's team. Tourism colleagues are working in this sphere, a lot of stakeholder engagement support, and across the partnerships as well. The key thing is this, it shouldn't rely on us. This is a partnership point, so it's working with local authority colleagues, both within capital investment, transport and economic development. And then we're also got colleagues in Transport Scotland. So a lot of this shouldn't just come to us. But we are going to have to carefully plan, because we don't have the capacity, and nobody's got the capacity to have 8 continuously functioning visitor management groups.
Thanks, and we'll close with you, Ronnie, if we can.
Thank you, that's brilliant. Just first of all, to thank all those involved in this. I think it's a really excellent piece of work, first class, and I think as a board, what we're interested in is the strategic side of things, but what this brings together, I think, is the strategic visionary side, along with the detail of what we'll do where. And it's not just about place, although it's called place. The themes actually bring in, I think, all of our objectives, so I think it's really ambitious, and I'm delighted to see it. Actually, the word that jumped into my mind, although the word risk is never too far away, was opportunities, because I think there's a huge amount of opportunities to look ahead and create a vision of how the park can be different in the future, and to meet the needs of all those who, stakeholders is a horrible word, but all those who have an interest in the park. So I'm delighted to see it. And we've got to balance a lot of things, of course, to help us achieve that. But I had 3 questions, I guess. First off, around, it's quite right that we've done this now, but things are going to change. We're going to have the plan coming our way in the next few months. And I think of something like Loch Visitor Centre, where we've spent a lot of time on one item. There's a lot of individual items, not far off the scale of Loch Visitor Centre in this programme. So my question is, how are we going to be involved as a board in terms of the revisiting of the priorities that are in the plan at a reasonably strategic level once the aims get revisited or once the National Partnership Plan gets approved? So that's my first thought. Second thought, we've mentioned the words leverage before, I think, and when you look at the money we're spending here, it's between £7 and £10 million over 5 years, is a drop in the ocean, quite frankly, in terms of the aims that we have to achieve. So my big question is, how do we get the money in to do the big projects, for example, that Chris is talking about in relation to nature? Do we need, my specific question, I'm looking at Anna here perhaps, because I know we've got a great team, do we need to be looking at professional support for commercialisation and attracting income in? There are people out there who do this as a day job, and I know we do this, and I know we can do this, but we're talking about 5 years and a very large scale of ambition here. So do we need to slice a bit of money off to try and leverage more? That would be my second question. And kind of lastly, around Balmaha and the primary hub and north of Balmaha, I think this is a tremendous opportunity actually for us to do something differently, and it's not the place to get into the detail of that, but I do kind of feel that could be a beacon area for us in terms of doing things differently in the east side of Loch Lomond. And I wondered, without getting into the detail here, do we have the powers to do what we think we might want to do there, or will there need to be potentially some changes in relation to, for example, transport access and so on? I know that's 3 big questions or big areas, and we're at 13 minutes past 11 already, James. Apologies for that. Thanks.
I'm trying to work out where to start on these ones and who to pick up. So let's start with the board role over time, probably the first question. Stuart, do you want to kick us off on that?
I'll just cover the first one and then I'll hand over to Deborah. Sure. I suppose board involvement, because the way I envisaged this was obviously that what we've done to date reflects the current annual operating plan primarily, so that has had board sign off, and obviously, what I've said is this, it will equally link in with future, budget AOP sign off in terms of the priority projects for the year ahead. And then in terms of scrutiny, risk and so forth, Pete's outlined, in terms of the way that would work as well. So I suppose that was the way it would be intended to work, Ronnie. But I'll pass over next to the next part of your question in terms of...
Just before passing over, I think also in that annual budgeting and annual operational plan cycle, of course, we'll be able to reconcile or balance up the other capital investments that are being made by the organisation as well. So the capital plan behind Mission Zero, the capital plan behind Future Nature, the capital plan behind this, because that gives us, as a board, the total view of where capital is going and how it's advancing all priorities. So that picks up that point. So the second one then really is in terms of leverage. And before you dive into that, I'd just say that the mere existence of these statements of intent is a key tool in leverage, and I think that's been evident in a number of cases already. But Anything you would add?
Yeah, I think in terms of leverage, I will just cover the sort of grant funding side of that. So as James said, the studies themselves will really help in terms of levering in funding from the Rural Tourism Infrastructure Fund and also other funds, because it demonstrates that we have a clear strategic approach as to what we're doing. And as an organisation, we are looking at funding across the whole organisation with our funding group that's meeting on a monthly basis and, you know, really scanning the funding landscape in terms of that. I don't know if any colleagues want to add on terms of the commercialisation, because that's not something that I'm cited on.
Just to add a couple of things, that obviously the National Visitor Management Steering Group that I'm part of is looking at the sort of sustainability of funding into the future. Obviously, we've seen COVID monies, extra money this year allocated from the Scottish Government, which will not be available in future years. So there are papers being prepared for Kate Forbes, who's taken strong interest in this, looking at how sustainable funding streams might be achieved. And obviously in that, there's no easy answers, because it is looking at whether it's charging or other income streams. Obviously, tourism taxes have been debated in the past. So in a time of kind of fiscal challenges, you know, that may become part of the conversation. That's very much about running sites, having staff on the ground, etc. In terms of commercial partnerships, obviously National Park Partnerships is where we're actively involved. I have been chairing it for the last year, and very much the focus there is about commercial partnership and investment in nature projects, and we are hoping that our Wild Strathfillan project will be the first vehicle for that, and it'll be interesting to see the sorts of projects that we can get commercial private investment into there. Obviously a lot of focus on carbon credits, which is obviously woodland creation and peatland restoration, but obviously other nature projects as well. I think the commercial opportunity around visitor infrastructure is challenging, because basically it's difficult to make money, but obviously there are sponsorship type partnerships that can be looked at, and certainly that's something that's an ongoing piece of work with National Park Partnerships.
Which only leaves one part, which was the Balmaha question and powers. It's a huge question in a way, but Kenny, do you want to take a shot?
Take a shot. I can cover the leverage question as well. I mean, one of the big bonuses of this new partnership working with local authorities and other partners is that we're all aware of different funding pots, and actually, you know, we try and stay aware of local authority funding streams coming through, but it's our local authority colleagues from all four who have a better idea of what is coming through, and I think the proof will be in the pudding in years 2 and 3 of this, but it's on the agenda every time we meet as a partnership about where is the funding coming and what's coming through, and those are funding pots that we would be unaware of if we were working in a silo and in isolation, and they're big amounts of money, so, and that includes Transport Scotland, so that's the only kind of point I would make on that. On the Balmaha point, within the context here and the structure here, it's within what can be achieved, but the kind of points you're alluding to, our ambition probably goes a bit further than that, and as Gordon mentioned, there's the National Visitor Management Groups he sits on. We have a new 2 new subgroups starting. One is on motorhomes, which we'll be involved in, and there's also a transport one which we will be chairing. So I see that national transport point raising these points around how do we work with, what are the roads legislations, how do you influence transport in these rural locations, in these roads, and what tweaks, because it would have to be a national kind of movement or something with a bit more. So Transport Scotland are on that group. So we are having those discussions to model those through, and we're seeing examples across Europe where, you know, reductions and shifts in priorities on roads is making a difference, but we need to take that to our kind of national colleagues.
Thanks, Kenny, and thanks for those points. And I think members, I imagine, are all aware that there is a national dialogue taking place at the moment regarding an additional national park. In the background to that, there is a discussion around the role and role and that by extension, therefore, powers of national parks and what they can and can't do. So that process in its own right may shed new light on what the art of the possible is. If I can draw discussion to a close, the recommendation in front of members is that we're to approve the content of the position statement in Appendix 1. And can I just turn to members and see if you are, by show of hands, if you are agreeable to approving that item? Thanks all. The other element of this was for noting, so we'll just draw that item to a close and take us to the next two, well, 6 and then 7, which are, I hope members won't mind that we took time over that one to give it as much space to breathe as possible. These are slightly more punchy, I think, and item 6 is the Authority Code of Conduct update. Pete, do you want to take us briefly through that?
I will, yeah. I'll just really briefly introduce and then pass to Douglas, because he's led all the work on this. So the Code of Conduct for the board is obviously something that's really important to our governance. And in particular, it's important that we adhere to the national standards around this. But also important that everyone has a clear understanding of what the Code of Conduct currently is and needs to be, including as we head into kind of a period of board change that's upcoming. So as I said, Douglas has led kind of all the work on this in terms of updating for the new model code. So I'll just ask Douglas to speak to the detail of it.
Yeah, thanks, Pete. I think most of the information is in the paper there, really. The main changes are highlighted at 4.2. As Pete says, the changes are all through the Standards Commission for Scotland, and any alterations to kind of customise it for ourselves were encouraged to be kept to a minimum, so it's really kind of changing the names and references to the correct terms throughout. The only other thing worth noting is that although the deadline for this was the 10th of June, you'll see at 4.3, I was in touch with the Standards Commission, and they have given us dispensation to hear it at this meeting. So just in case MD had picked that up in the guidance that the date has passed.
Thanks, Douglas, and for briefing. Just any questions, comments from members? We are being asked to approve the Code of Conduct. In the absence of questions or comments, in which case can I just, again, by show of hands, can I turn to members to see if they approve the new Code of Conduct? Brilliant. Thank you. That closes item 6. That takes us to item 7. And that covers board appointments 2022 updates and board role profiles. And in this, it's to note the updates, but also specifically to approve the profiles as have been presented. Pete, do you want to kick us off? I've got a couple of comments on profiles in a moment, but
absolutely, yeah. Thanks, Chair. So the upcoming board change, which we've talked about previously, but it's a major project this year for our corporate performance team that Douglas sits in and Sam Stubbs heads up. And really what it involves for us is it includes kind of planning for all of the upcoming change that's going to happen, thinking through the engagement with prospective members, Scottish Government, other parties as well. And so we're very much in the thick of kind of the mechanics of it all, and we've definitely got an eye as well on induction planning once the new members are clear to us. So there's an update in the paper itself just about kind of where we're at with the various different processes. There's still quite a bit kind of up in the air pending the ongoing processes that are happening, but we're certainly not behind schedule on any of them. They are all going kind of to plan in terms of kind of process and scheduling side of things. While we kind of await the outcome of the processes, we are aware, due to some departures, that there will be vacancies in some roles. So planning and access chair, for example. But we do have deputies in place for those roles. And as per the standing orders, our current plan is to run processes for all of those roles in December. And December is the time that we'd be looking to be appointing all of those roles, including looking at committee membership as well. If for any reason there was a need to kind of arise in the interim, over that period we would look to run a process quickly for that, potentially by correspondence if need be, but we've got opportunities such as special board meetings along the way as well if that's needed. So that's really all I was going to say on the board change side. James and Douglas have been working on the role profile side, so I'll pass over to them.
Yeah, I suppose just to say that, to thank, I suppose, the current chairs, Bob, Martin and Ronnie, who contributed well in developing the role profiles, and the aim is to have them in place and approved ahead of the elections that Pete mentioned in December. It's kind of best practice really to have those role profiles in place in a governance system, so that both with the change that we've discussed as new members come in and consider putting themselves forward, but also consider voting for others that have put themselves forward, that they can have a kind of skills-based criteria to base their voting on and their nominations on. So that's really all I would add.
Thanks, Douglas. I noticed I didn't get a thank, nor did Willie. We were clearly problematic in development. I've got two comments before. I just hope you won't mind me taking the liberty of sharing ahead of opening it up. The first is, this process I viewed as part of supporting the transition. And as colleagues will all be aware, there is at least a third of the board, but potentially 2/3 of the board could be new members by the time we get to December. And therefore, it felt entirely appropriate to make sure that this process took place ahead of that transition, so we had a chance to codify what these different roles are expected to do, the nature of the skills that were there, and so we equip all the board, whoever they may be, at that point of making a decision with a clear sense of what is expected, and so they're put in the position of being able to make a judgment about how anybody who puts themselves forward meets the requirements of the role. So I hope you'll see that for me this was a hugely important part of supporting a good transition and equipping new, potentially brand new members with limited experience, equipping them with a mechanism to make a fair and sound judgment about who will take part in the leadership roles. The second point I wanted to make was explicitly about the way we framed the role of convener and the way we framed the role of deputy. And what we've sought to do is, and this is not about creating a joint ticket in the future, but it is about developing a close working relationship, and by which I should say I feel I have a close working relationship with Willie at the moment. It's trying to codify that for what the new leadership team will be. And what it therefore has is a list of responsibilities, governance being one of them, against the convener, but an explicit statement that connects those list of responsibilities for the convener with the deputy, and an expectation that there will be at least an annual conversation between the two to divide the workload up and give a clarity of focus for the deputy's role as much as the convener about who is doing what. So I just wanted to draw attention, because that probably across all of them is the most notable shift. Most of the other elements I think you would see to some extent as codifying what the existing practice is. So I hope that helps. Having made those 2 points, and now a chance for any comment or observation from members. And just to draw your attention, the first part was for noting, but the second part is indeed for approving these role descriptions. Ronnie, diving in.
Thanks, James. I suppose first to say I'm perfectly happy with the wording of all the profiles. I think it looks great. It gives us a bit of flexibility. But I do have one question in the profiles I'll come back to in a minute. I just wanted to say a little bit firstly about the board appointment side of things, because I know that as an organisation we put a huge amount of effort in to try and attract as wide a range of candidates as we could in advance of the local elections that are taking place. And I think we had great success in doing that, but the end outcome was perhaps not entirely as we had hoped, but we did get a decent number of people putting themselves forward. So I think I'd want to commend the team for the efforts to try and attract as diverse a range of candidates as possible. My only thought really on the role profiles actually was the time allocated, and I like the approach for the deputy convener because it's a range, but if you look at the other 3 roles, they are not entirely consistent with each other. The Futures Group, for example, convener and deputy have got the same amount of time allocated. The planning has got 6 days for the chair, 3 days for the vice chair, and audit's got 4 and 3. So I wondered if we needed to look at maybe expanding the range a little bit in there to give us some more wiggle room. I appreciate the fact that if we do this in December, it's not going to look good. You know, if someone you know, ends up in a position and tries to either argue for more or less time in their role and another, the other person's associated role. But I just wondered if we got that right, and it would be help maybe to understand a bit about how we got to that position. Thanks.
The short answer is, with the exception of the deputy convener becoming a range, all of the others are simply carrying on existing practice. And to this point, and noting that one of my roles is to do development conversations, appraisals, whatever language you care to use, but to support the different members, nobody's drawn my attention to those timings being that has simply not arisen as a conversation in terms of, so at this point there was no impetus for change, aside from recognising in the case of the deputy convener that by adopting a much more outcome specific approach for that role, it felt appropriate to give that space for that discussion to take part. So that's how we got to where we got to. So I'm not aware of a driver unless others draw my attention to it in terms of change.
Thanks, James. It wasn't so much of a drive. I'm just thinking of the incumbents in some of the roles just now, with Bob, with his particularly outstanding experience, and there's quite a chunky amount of time against the chair of the planning committee, and less so for the vice chair. That could change with different people being involved in the future. Perhaps that role could be spread a bit in terms of the LRBs. I'm just saying, if we build in a bit of wiggle room, we don't know where we're going to end up. And another point, I guess, was around the futures group, where we have the same amount of time for chair and vice chair. And is that right? You know, can that be right? Do we have two co-chairs there? Or I mean, what are we saying? I'm not suggesting the time allocation is wrong. It's just the logic behind it didn't look entirely consistent. So I'm not pushing for any particular change.
In light of not pushing for change, may I suggest, therefore, that for the purposes of the discussion today, we take them as they are, but these are topics which will get revisited. The skills requirements over time may evolve and change anyway. The time requirements will. So it's certainly something which I'd expect to be, it can be brought back to the board at any point in time for adjustment if needed. So would that be acceptable? And the byproduct of you having raised the point is, I hope, and look to other members just to reflect, and especially those who are in those roles, to reflect on that. And if there is a deeper conversation to be had, do raise that with me, and we can then bring that back as a supplementary to this if that's needed. Is that acceptable, Ronnie? Great. Any other points, comments? Chris, please.
It was to support getting clarity on those days, etc., because it did surprise me slightly, that same thing. And I was thinking, well, the deputy chair of planning only has 3 days, and yet both of the future groups have 4 days each, and that looked a bit odd to me. The other one is to make clear in the time commitment and remuneration if these are over and above the actual commitment of a board member, because that isn't actually made clear here. So the board member has so many days that you're actually meant to do. And you can read this as 2 ways. So if I take the one that I am, Deputy Chair of Audit and Risk Committee, is required to commit a total of 3 days per month. Now, I could either read that as that's 3 on top of.
I think let's take that as read. We'll get that clarity tidied up as part of the, so it's part of a, yeah, agreed. Let's tidy that up. But yeah, agreed with the point. Sorry, Gordon also had, I think, an observation which may give some light on the number of days.
Yeah, I mean, it's just to highlight the work of the chair of planning that's maybe not as visible. Obviously, there's quite a lot of exercise of powers that have to be carried out in consultation with the chair of planning. So, as you'll be aware, we've quite a lot of enforcement work recently where we've been serving stop notices and so on. So there is quite a lot of extracurricular work that a chair of planning has to be available to do outside of preparing and chairing the committee itself. So I think the number of days sort of recognises that kind of, it's almost like on call. You can't quite predict, but there's I think you've been on call quite a bit recently, Bob. So that's probably, that kind of marks the chair of planning as obviously exercise of statutory powers, where the chair has a role in authorising, as well as myself occasionally as well.
Martin.
Yeah, just a related point when we're talking about the transition that we're going through with potentially large number of board member changes over the summer. Part of that being the locally elected cohort coming in, where I think it looks like there's a high degree of change there from what I can work out across all the local authorities involved. So it was just from a point of view of, with their positions starting from the 1st of October, what opportunity is there to ensure that those nominated people are involved in, or kept informed, involved in any, not obviously not in decision making, but in workshops or anything that's going on through the summer period, just to make sure that they're not coming in 1st of October, especially with some of the things that are coming up.
Sure.
That's all.
Pete, do you want to pick that up, please?
Yeah, thanks. So obviously, as you probably know, the process for the nominations is the nomination is sought by the Scottish Government from the local authority to go to the Minister for approval. That sort of process is a bit opaque to us, so we don't really see that, if you know what I mean. So in terms of when, the Minister will take that decision, we don't know, but we do expect it to be in the next couple of months in terms of any decisions around appointing those members. I think once we are aware, sort of formally, that they've been appointed by the Minister, I think that's the point that we'd be more than happy to start to engage them in terms of induction and kind of ongoing workshops and so on. Absolutely, we'd be more than happy for them to start to participate. In fact, we'd be keen for it to happen so that we can start to bring them on board. I guess until that point, it's probably not appropriate for us to be doing that just yet until we've got that sign off from the Minister. Yeah.
Quite right. As long as there's a plan for doing that, as long as there's a plan for doing that once that nominations have been ratified, then great. Thank you.
Thanks, Martin. And Pete? Bob?
It was just a follow-up in terms of what Gordon had said. I mean, none of this is a precise science from my experience. And I recall going to a very early seminar about my roles and responsibilities through in Edinburgh, and the guy who presented it said, if you put your hand up, if you're working in a board of this nature and you put your hand up for responsibility, be prepared to do twice as much work as you ever expected to do. And so therefore, as I say, I just don't think it's a precise science. I think as far as planning is concerned, the 6 days is fine, but some days it's 5 days, some weeks, sometimes it's 7 or 8 days, but we just have to take that as it comes.
Thanks, Bob. Any other? Which case, we've been asked to approve the adoption of the role profiles for board member, convener, deputy convener, chair of planning and access committee, including the local review body, chair of audit and risk committee, chair of futures group, deputy chair of planning and access committee, deputy chair of audit and risk committee, and deputy chair of futures group. We've also noted that we will adjust the language at the end relating to days to be precise, and so it's clear, is it additional or otherwise, and so that will get tidied up. It is additional. Well, sorry, the total days. So hang on. No, sorry, forgive me. I defeated the purpose of clarity immediately, didn't I? I just blew it up in its entirety. It's total days, including the 3 from members. Sorry. I think that last thing achieved clarity, unlike the statement before. However, and the final one was just a note to those in those roles at the moment that please do draw to my attention anything where you think there needs to be adjustment. I think the December meeting ahead of making any appointments would be an opportunity to adjust that ahead of the appointing process, should that be appropriate to be done. So in having said all those things, can I turn to members then, by a show of hands, if you approve those role profiles? Thank you very much. Apologies for being adrift. We're 9 minutes late. We will still take the 15 minutes, so that would mean that we would start again at 11:55. Assuming I got my maths correct. And we will just break at that point and then resume with item 8. Thanks ever so much, everybody. gathering stragglers, Douglas included, poor chap. I've stitched Douglas out because I sent him out to go and harry everybody along, and the poor chap's now the... but can we just... I think we can get started if that's all right. And we're live. Excellent. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks ever so much. This takes us into the second session, a series of update papers, all for noting. And we kick off with item 8, which is the Chief Executive Officer's report. And I'll just turn over to you, Gordon.
Thanks, Convener. Obviously, as things are kind of fast-moving in our operating environment at the moment, so there's a few things even to update you on in the first part of this paper in terms of Scottish Government. As I've set out in the paper, we had 2 visits from our Minister recently, Lorna Slater, and the latter of that was to launch a process to identify or to take forward the Butte House commitment to designate at least one more national park in Scotland within this parliamentary term. So the launch that happened was to effectively launch a website which was to promote some initial conversations and to encourage sort of debate and enthusiasm about national parks generally, as well as where a new national park might be designated. So that website's still live. You can still access it to see what people have said. It's not so much a consultation platform, more as a comment platform. So you'll see various comments made under various sections. I think one thing which I think we've highlighted previously is the Minister is very keen to look at the role and contribution of the 2 current national parks as well, and that may involve, you know, an opportunity to discuss our role and function moving forward. Quite how that will shape up and at what point that will become a sort of more public consultation isn't clear yet. The next stage in the process is for Nature Scot to convene a stakeholder group to actually develop advice to the Minister around what the criteria might be for selecting and inviting candidate places around Scotland as potential national parks to be designated. So that is the process. So quite how the role and function of the existing parks sits into that isn't quite clear yet. I'm sure that will become clear soon. When the Minister visited, there was an opportunity to meet with not just myself and James, but also the CEO and convener of Cairngorms National Park and the Chair and Chief Exec of Nature Scot as well. The other thing that's happened since then was obviously the parliamentary debate last week, and obviously the Minister gave quite a fulsome and very positive speech at the beginning of that debate about the role of current national parks as well, and I think that sentiment was carried right through the debate as well, so that was encouraging to see as well. Maybe at the end of this, I know obviously Heather's on the board of Nature Scot, so if Heather wants to add anything into the process that Nature Scot are looking at just now, happy for Heather to add into what I've said. The other thing that's happened since the paper was written is the Scottish Government have announced the resource and capital spending review, which is, if you remember, last year we were given a 5-year picture for our capital, which has enabled the work that we discussed earlier around our place investment programme. So this spending review is looking at what Scottish Government called resource budgeting, which is obviously looking at our revenue budgets, but has also had another look at capital spending plans as well, and what it's called a refresh. So obviously the context is a very challenging post-pandemic fiscal scenario. What was announced last week was only at portfolio level, not at organisational level, so we are part of the net zero transport environment portfolio, so it's quite a big portfolio under Michael Matheson, and that showed a sort of modest increase in revenue over the 5 years, but not at organisational level. It's not quite clear when we'll see that at organisational level, but what I've been advised to expect is a broadly flat or close to flat settlement over the 5 years. That isn't necessarily the case for capital. The capital picture might be more positive, so I'm quite confident that we won't see any reduction in the capital that we've been allocated so far, and a possibility that it may be added to. A couple of other things to just highlight in that announcement obviously was Cabinet Secretary stressing the need to reset the public sector and looking for pretty strong control over pay bills as well. And obviously, basically the current financial year that we're in will be the kind of baseline for setting flat pay bills over the next 5 years. So that's quite challenging in terms of absorbing pay awards, and obviously in the wider budget, obviously absorbing all the pressures around inflation and escalating costs in fuel and so on. So obviously not enough there for us to sort of do a lot of planning around just now. We will hopefully get more information, but I suppose the positive thing is that the baseline is representing a period in which we've seen quite considerable uplift in our budget. So while it'll be challenging, it's certainly a more positive position than if this was done a couple of years ago. So I think we're in still a pretty good, strong position in the scheme of what has been a more challenging spending review for other portfolios that have seen reductions in their budgets. So those are the main things I really want to update on in the report. The other sections I think can be taken as read. On the park plan work, we're really just describing some of the kind of foundational pieces of work we've been doing. We've had really good sessions with Sarah and Chris. We will be looking to engage with the wider board in sort of workshop session. We're still looking at dates for that, but towards the end of summer, as we've got some material, and I think that very much relates to the discussion about risk appetite that we had earlier, because the risk appetite will inform some of the choices we might make in the partnership plan in terms of change that we want to promote through that document. I think the other things, I wouldn't take up too much time. Obviously, there's updates there on planning cases and legal cases as well that we're happy to answer questions on. Thanks.
Thanks, Gordon. May take the opportunity, so starting with your first topic, sort of Scottish Government update. Was there anything you'd add, Heather?
No, just to really suggest that if people are interested to look at the Future for National Parks in Scotland challenge that is hosted on the Scottish Government website. The challenge is closed in terms of actually adding any new ideas or comments, but it's something you can sort of look at in terms of the range of ideas and comments that have been made, the priorities, the sort of ones that have been liked the most, etc. So it does give quite a good flavour of sort of general public and interested bodies feelings around this. As Gordon also said, the process for stakeholder engagement is now starting, and that will obviously include like-minded organisations in terms of our first aim as a national park around conservation, but also include those who perhaps have more concerns around the establishment of a new national park, perhaps coming from agriculture or business. And at the timescale, I think, as Nature Scot feels is quite challenging to get through all of that consultation and then look at criteria and decision making around where the new national park should be, and then the legislative process to get through before the end of the Parliament. So to then also look at the Scotland Act and perhaps changes around that is, I think, going to be quite challenging. Not impossible, but I think the decisions around that haven't quite been finalised.
Thanks, Heather. And I noted in the debate quite a few of the observations were about timing and how long it's taken for another park to come into the prospect of being and how long it might be. So it would be interesting to see how that timing unfolds. Any other comments just on that item? Ronnie, dive in.
Thank you, James. It's just a brief comment on the park side of things, the plan, Gordon. Just the timing of it again. I'm conscious we've got in here a date for a draft in December, and we've only got one board meeting prior to that, which is in September. We often have a strategy day around about that time of year, so I suppose, and we've got risk appetite workshop. I wondered, and board changes, of course, if you wanted to say something about the flow there, you know, how you see that working. It's such a key and critical document for the organisation and for the whole board to be involved in. It would be helpful to get a bit of a timeline on that. And the other question, which is probably a bit academic, is if we do find at a future date our aims are perhaps tweaked, modified in some way, I'm guessing we'll be revisiting the plan. Would that be a fair assumption to make? Thanks.
Gordon, turn to you, but I'm also just looking at Chris and Sarah. I don't know if there's anything you feel free to add, but perhaps, Gordon, you want to start and we'll build from there. Sorry, Anna.
It's okay, that's all right. Yeah, exactly. I think the time that we're trying to get at the moment, Ronnie, is just about when's the right point in the flow between all the board change to not spend lots of time getting existing board members up to speed for them to leave and new members to join. So it's looking like August. We haven't got a date pinned down yet, but I've just been hearing from Joanne just now about the latest on that. So hopefully by August we'd at least have some of that change will have taken place in the board. And yeah, it's just trying to find the right point in that. And I agree with your point about risk, how closely related that is. I think we're clear that we want this to be an ambitious plan, so we need a board to be, you know, understanding of what that involves and what that might mean. So I think those two things do go hand in hand. Maybe there's a way to integrate the two in the kind of session that we're hoping to have with the full board in time.
Yeah, on the aims, as Heather says, it's not entirely clear whether there's an appetite to change the primary legislation or not yet. Certainly there's a discussion and a debate starting to happen on items that would need primary legislation to be changed. And I think there is obviously a debate about, given the wider challenges and imperatives that we're working to, you know, is there a discussion about the balance that the aims suggest changing? I don't think that, you know, while that debate might be happening in parallel, I think the kind of priorities that we see aren't changing. I suppose the aims give us a frame of reference, and we'll obviously need to track what's happening and if we can anticipate change. And I think the key time will be when we're getting close to submitting a new plan to ministers. We'll kind of know by then whether that change is a prospect or not. So I think certainly the way the timelines are working just now, it could dovetail quite well, albeit we're doing a lot of the work on the content just now. So we wouldn't be submitting a plan to the minister without knowing roughly what's going to happen by then, because it will be into 2023.
I'd also observe powers are effectively a means to achieve an end. And I would hope that our ambition in terms of what's being set out in the partnership plan isn't constrained by existing powers. The ambition is there. It's then we just may have new tools that allow us to get there in due course. So I'm not sure. I would hope powers aren't compromising the ambition that we set out. And I don't believe, looking at Sarah, I don't believe that is the case. So I think to some extent, therefore, that conversation can unfurl and will have an impact potentially in the operational manner about in terms of how we go about achieving things, whether it's within our locus of control or whether it's remains in our sphere of influence as opposed to direct control. So I saw, Claire, did you have something to add on this? Or is it? Just before closing this one down, Sarah, Chris, anything, just conscious as leading the group, is there anything you'd add on partnership plan at this point?
There's nothing like specific to add. I think it's mostly been said. I mean, I think the key word here is partnership. Is where do we want to be, and then how are we going to make that happen? And I think those are two questions that we're holding quite clearly. I think we're awaiting dates, so we know, but that's coming for us to kind of all get together, I think. But I would say that from what we've heard this morning as well, in terms of the direction of travel and with the future nature papers, there's nothing that's wildly different in a sense of the kind of what feels like a core direction of travel for the national park. But it's key that it's just going to be really key that we get the new board members up to speed on where we're at and listen to their input, particularly because they'll have local community perspective and experience they'll want to bring, I think, into this. So I don't know, I speak for Chris, but we had a really great session a month ago, confident on our direction of travel, and Chris and I are there with healthy challenge. I think the staff would agree, to make sure that we're representing, you know, what we've heard today on this board.
If I can just add to that, yes, thanks, I fully agree. I think the key thing is, in terms of stakeholder engagement, it's knowing when best and what the aim of that engagement is, and not trying to overkill it, because we've obviously got these other parallels of the local development plan, the regional spatial strategy, the corporate plan, and everything else going. So it's trying to get that one vision of a timeline and where best it would be to get input, and what input are we asking for, and what input would people be willing and able to give.
I suppose just one thing to highlight, which I think we acknowledged in the session, Sarah and Chris mentioned, is there's obviously areas of work that will become part plan content that are quite well developed. We've just approved a future nature strategy. We've got a place programme. So there are some elements where we've got quite a lot in the can, really. There are some quite new things that I think if we have a strategic board day that we will want to bring to you, because they, you know, it'll bring some new challenging thinking. A key element of that is that we've now got a final report on a carbon accounting baseline for the national park as a place. So it gives us a really strong picture of where emissions currently come from, and what the sort of scope of sequestration could be as well, in terms of so there's an emissions reduction in terms of activity and transport and activities that happen in the park, and then there's the natural capital side of it, which we're already investing in, and that presents some really interesting a really interesting picture about what it takes to get to net zero by 2045 or sooner, if that's what we want to have ambition for. So I would envisage our strategic day getting quite a bit into that, because it will drive quite a lot of pieces of policy work and thinking, as well as where we put resource in the future as well.
Thanks, Gordon. And I think on that, there's an action pending, I think, which is the finalisation of those dates. And looking at Douglas, Anna, just clearly the juggling quite a few things and picking the moment, but I think the earlier we can share that, the better. But thanks, Ronnie. Claire, over to you.
I just wanted to do a shout out to Simon Jones and Douglas, probably. I'm sure there were some other teams as well, but how much I enjoyed in Section H, you acknowledge the board visit to Loch and how nice it is that we can go and get our hands dirty a little bit and see what your teams are doing. And it was just also, there was so many good things about that day, the fact that there was integration with other parties there, teamwork with other organizations. And just, I'm sure, I know how much effort goes into trying to organize these dates, just talking about these things today. But, you know, I think maybe the key is to just go ahead and organize. You're never going to get a full house, but it was just great having some people there, and cross-communicating and not being on Zoom was fantastic. So thank you very much. I'd like some more.
And thanks for mentioning that. I think days like that are hugely important, because it connects the board to the detail of the topics, and that's a rare opportunity. I just want, if I may add one other comment just on this section, and it's the sort of Scottish Government bit. I mean, I must say I was very pleased to see the nature of the debate about national parks. The Minister's statement certainly, it's always nice when you see language that we've been discussing for some period of time find its way to speeches of those natures, and I think the reference to some of the national and indeed international work we're doing, and the sort of the status and role that parks play felt hugely validating for much of the work we've been doing. I think what was also pleased to see was the cross-party appetite for the role parks can and do play, and that continuing to invest and enhance that. Now, notwithstanding a challenging settlement in terms of the spending review, I think that mood music feels advantageous, I suppose, but I think it's pleasing that the Chamber sees many of the things we see about the role, the power, the importance of a place, and a special place like this. So I'm just note that at this point. Unless there's any others on that item, draw that one to a close. It was an item for noting, so that takes us then to item 9, and we've already introduced Anna and Kenny, but welcome Nick Turner for this item. I realise with this item popping up, we haven't talked about litter recently, and so here it is. It's nice to see the bane of our existence, but Anna, are you kicking us off? Anna, over to you.
Thanks, Chair. As James said, litter and fly tipping has sadly been a long-standing environmental challenge for the National Park and indeed for Scotland and beyond. Whilst the National Park Authority isn't a duty body as considered in the Environment Protection Act, in 2018-19 we did commit to invest in a dedicated resource for 3 years in the role of a litter prevention manager role. Nick, who's going to take you through the paper, was successfully appointed to that role in February 2019 with high hopes of what the next 3 years would entail, not predicting a pandemic amidst all of that. So in today's paper, we'll look at reviewing the work that was delivered during the 3 years of that role, updates on progress against the litter prevention strategy, which was approved by the board in 2020, and includes in the appendix some examples of the work that's been undertaken, that some of which you may not know about. And it also sets out how we're going to embed litter prevention in the Park Authority's role going forward. So this is a paper for noting. So it asks board members to note the achievements and learnings for the last 3 years, the challenges that remain, and how we intend to integrate litter into our work going forward. Nick is going to take you through the paper. We've also got Kenny Auld here, who's a co-author of the paper as well, and Head of Visitor Services too, so he'll be able to take questions as well.
Perfect. So it's nice to talk about the bane of everybody's existence. I like to be the figurehead of that, so thanks for that. So it's not a problem. So no, appreciate it. So effectively what the paper tries to outline is the balance of progress towards some targeted issues, whilst also recognising that it's scratched the surface on these pervasive national issues that are still ongoing. So as Anna kind of alluded to, I came into post in February 2019, and that's the time that we've reflected on throughout the course of the paper. But really just want to say up front, if it doesn't come through in the paper, it's not my work that is reflected here, it's the work of the Park Authority and numerous partners that have come together to make some of the successful examples that we've seen in the appendix here. But the role's aim was to provide leadership over a 3-year period, and what a 3-year period that was. I effectively had 1 year of normal before the pandemic hit. But if we think back to that 2019-2020 period, what we were actually able to achieve in that targeted focus year, and I feel like we really did hit the ground running. So to name but a few things, we had an all-day, all-staff litter pick, we had a partnership A82 clean-up with Argyll and Bute Council, multiple spring clean activities, we created and began delivering our award-winning What to Do When You Need a Poo campaign. We held a social psychology messaging pilot with Stirling University and Keep Scotland Beautiful. We rolled out our smart bins, and we ramped up our strategic engagement for the creation of our litter prevention strategy. Now that was internal, external, local and national, including having a 50-person in-person event in this room, which I kind of cringed back to in March 2020, just before we kind of went into lockdown, thinking about the 50-odd people that we had within the park. But all of that was groundwork towards building a coalition towards the litter prevention strategy, which was wrought. And unfortunately, we weren't able to approve it in March as we had hoped, and we approved it, the board approved it back in September. But of course, the pandemic, I'm not going to dwell too much on that. As board members, you've heard about this in previous end-of-season reports and updates. But it is worth reflecting on in the space of litter prevention. You know, it was challenging across a whole raft of delivery, but even more so potentially in the impact that litter had across the whole of the UK, across the whole of Scotland, as people wanted to come out and access green space once more after being in lockdowns. And we've summarised that a little bit in section 6. And what we really kind of honed in and focused on through those pandemic years was around ensuring as best as possible a good experience for people coming to the national park, knowing that it's vital for people's well-being coming out of the pandemic. So we really focused on our infrastructure in that, and I'm talking about not just our bins, which we've got upgrades of around the national park, changes to our uplift structure, but also in our service delivery too. So looking at how we worked to deliver services across the national park, increasing the amount of boots on the ground and time, but also the task and where we were delivering this work across the pandemic. And these things that we're holding on to and continuing as we go into this year too. So within the paper, we have a couple of sections where we look forward. That's section 7 and 8, on how we're kind of mainstreaming our approach to litter prevention as we move forward. And I guess what we've looked at is an accelerated view of the issues. We've tested and we've learnt, and now we want to integrate them into our programmes of work moving forward. So as well as the things that we were doing internally about our own infrastructure, some silver linings that did come out of the pandemic were around our National Park Safe Recovery Group, really pulling together a focus of visitor management issues strategically and on the ground, filtering all the way down to our place-based groupings, and now, as you've heard this morning, into our much more ambitious place strategy and place investment programme. So we want to see litter kind of interwoven across all of these programmes to continue some of the good learnings that we've done and also enable that to be embedded in that holistic approach to visitor management and issues moving forward. So whilst we are ambitious for that, we do recognise and are cognisant that we've scratched the surface on these issues. We haven't fixed the problem. It hasn't gone away. But we are recognising that Scottish Government are about to publish their new litter and fly tipping prevention strategy for Scotland, which will provide more national direction for us, which we'll follow, of course. And we are really heartened by, of course, as I said, the work of our partners and the ongoing opportunity we have to integrate this into our programmes moving forward. So, yeah, I think that covers kind of a brief of the paper. I don't know if Kenny wants to add anything to that.
No, I think you covered everything. I'm happy to take questions.
On which note we'll turn to, and I apologies, turn to members if there's any comments or questions that come from the paper. Danny, dive in.
Yeah, I couldn't not comment about litter, come on. I know it's one of my favourite topics. Probably it is just really for commenting, I suppose, but I suppose it's a kind of long-standing issue, particularly from a local authority's perspective, and it's the difficulties over the trunk road network. And I know from a Stirling context, you know, we've got the A9 and the A84, and unfortunately we are still the duty holder for clearing those roads, even though they're part of the trunk road network and should really be being litter picked by Bear Scotland or whatever, in the A82's case, Amy, through here. So I know these are particular challenges over who's actually responsible for them, and I don't, I don't think there's an easy solution to it, but I do think the government does need to be challenged on that to try and put that responsibility onto those that are responsible for the actual roads, because I think it's my own view in the matter. I think it's disgraceful that local authorities and local authority funding is having to be used to pay for the litter clearing of roads that we're not responsible for. One should follow the other, in my book, would seem logical to me. So maybe it's an omission in there that we can encourage that is corrected at some point in the future. So yeah, I think that's a big issue that needs tackled, because it does impact on the resources that we're able to deploy from a local authority point of view, as well as how the area looks, more generally. Thank you.
Thanks, Danny. And I don't know if that topic explicitly would come up, but responsibility, because I mean, we recognised it wasn't our responsibility as such, but felt we had to do stuff, and it sounds similar. I imagine that's featured prominently in a number of discussions about who does what and when. Anything you'd add, Nick?
Yeah, it continues to be one of the issues. So, you know, like as I said, we carry out litter picking where it's not our statutory duty. You know, we take it on board and we do that above and beyond what we need to do. But you're absolutely right. There's changes to legislation that are being discussed, and you know, we will be seeing soon through the new strategy a change to enforcement for littering from vehicles. So it will be enforceable for the registered keeper of the car as opposed to identifying the litterer. But this is kind of one thing in the whole policy context that faces this problem.
And Anna?
Yeah, just to say that I think Nick's probably been very modest, I guess, and some of the work that she undertook during their time was also sitting as part of that steering group that influenced the national strategy. So I think that, you know, as we learned through the pandemic, we know loads more about visitor management than lots of other places that have sadly had to learn about during the most recent times. So I do think that having Nick as part of that group, helping to influence what comes through at a national level, has been really helpful as well for us. So that is, you know, as you say, that's something that needs to be addressed at a national level. But I do think having that role was allowed us to do that as well.
Thanks, Hannah. I'm not sure if litter is featured in any of the comments on the future roles of national parks, but who knows. Chris, is it on this topic? Because otherwise, diving in. No, please.
It was actually picking up on first of all, I think it's absolutely superbly clear paper. Thank you very much indeed, and of all the work there. And I guess it's taking forward this idea: what are we at risk of losing? You had this list of things that weren't there, and the key thing I thought was: is there a metric that is accepted and used by people that actually can be just put out there and just said, this is how much litter is coming per day, per weekend, per whatever else it is, that we can look at and say, well, here's the impact of what, if you gave us some more money or some more people or our partners have actually managed to do. Because there was a huge list of a lot of things that we did, which were actually fabulous. But I was struggling for that simple headline one that you could give to someone. Thank you.
Anna, any thoughts on metrics? Because no doubt some challenges in
there.
But
Well, I'll answer what I think is the answer, and then Nick will probably correct me. But I think that you've touched on something that is at the heart of the problem, is there are so many different landowners and land managers responsible for littering. And, you know, even our local authority partners are not going to cut their data according to where, you know, in the national park boundary. So we've got 4 local authorities, numerous private landowners, lots of other public landowners, including Forestry and Land Scotland, who are all, I guess, experiencing litter and collecting litter that other people have dropped. So I think that's the first point, is this is an entirely preventable problem, i.e. the people that drop the litter in the first place are those to blame. The landowners happen to be those who are then responsible for clearing that land. Some people do that, other people don't. As Nick's highlighted, we do actually clear litter on land that we're not responsible for. We've invested time and effort in that over the last 3 years, and that has been a question mark sometimes in terms of how much we've picked up where other people haven't. But I suppose our view is it's the right thing to do for the national park where we can afford to do that and where we've got a presence there. But I think, you know, to your question, is there a data set that says this is how much? I'm not aware that there is, unless Nick can tell me. We've certainly calculated our own, and the process of doing that involves like literally weighing bags of litter to calculate how much we're collecting on our sites. But the sites that we're responsible for are such a tiny proportion of the national park. Some very busy sites, but places like Loch have got multiple people responsible for that. And I do think that as part of the complexity of the issue is the responsibility sits with so many different people that there's not a joined up approach to that. So Nick can probably give you a more accurate answer, but that's my understanding of it.
So specifically on the metrics point, there is a national monitoring framework for litter. This sits under the Code of Practice for Litter and Refuse, COPLA, but that's only relevant to duty holders, so largely speaking the local authorities. That's conducted by Zero Waste Scotland now, and that effectively is a snapshot monitoring of a tiny percentage of streets that are under that local authority's remit. Already you can start to pull out some problems there. It's a snapshot, it's often used as a benchmark, and at the moment it only refers to streets and not open or green space. So that is something within the national strategy that was discussed within the steering group. Is this representative? Is it fit for purpose? How does it represent green spaces and other non-duty bodies? And that is something that they're really keen, Zero Waste, to pull out more as they go through, working with more partners, and also just looking at how that is represented.
Thanks, Nick. Martin, I know who's waiting. Is it on the same? We'll come to you now, Martin, and we'll come back across to Bob, if that's right.
I think it is, yes. Right. So, a couple of points. First of all, thanks for the report. Really good, and I think echo what Chris said, really easy, read through as well, but comprehensive report. Thank you very much. And I think, as Anna said, there was a lot there that I didn't know had been going on, which I think is really useful for us to get an understanding of as a board. Couple of sort of just query points. 8.4, on page 295, where it talks about the development of localised visitor management plans, where some of the some of the actions are going to devolve to, if you like, from the end of the 3-year work. I suppose it's just to get an idea of understanding of how those are developed, what stages they're at across different locations. I'm assuming these are sort of annual visitor management operational plans that will feed into the wider place planning conversations and developments as well. So it's to get an idea about that, about how those visitor management programs are working. I'd echo what Danny said about the trunk road network. Absolutely, yes. That is one example of something that needs sorting out. But I do wonder if actually a piece of work drawing together what the legal and statutory and organisational responsibilities and limitations are on as far as litter management is concerned, because from a point of view of engagement with a lot of the communities as well, and it's back to a point made earlier, I think Bob, about place planning and everything, about people understanding what the limitations are, what one can and cannot do, what one is able to do, not just about resources, a lack of resources, but about what you just can't do. There is stuff you can't do because the statutory framework, it doesn't make it your responsibility, or it doesn't allow you to it, or it's not where you might want it to be. I think that would be helpful from that point of view. And my last query is, I understand the point about data collection, and that's been raised about this, but I suppose what's going to be different in the way that we have collected and actively managed data from what Nick's been doing in her direct role, as to how that's going to be managed as a sort of, I think it's a business as usual, ranger-led data collection. What's going to be different about it? Is there going to be difference in what we're getting and how we're using it, or is there not going to be?
Okay, I'll pick up on your last point first and probably refer Kenny to the longer-term strategic planning. I think there's probably, in my writing, a bit of misrepresentation of some of the STID work that Deborah was the strategic infrastructure plans, but Kenny will be able to explain that. So I guess the data collection is something that is quite close to my heart, because I really do like evidence, and that was something that we wanted to do for our own sites particularly. Rangers, generally speaking, we have a whole raft of information for sites that aren't ours rather than sites that are ours, how much litter we've got. So last year we started to collect the data through the Environment Officer role as well, and I wanted to use that as a real live test and react sort of approach rather than an end of season review. An example of that is we saw some issues kind of coming through in Malarkey Bay early on in the season, a significant amount of waste. We reviewed that at the end of a month period and actually installed new bins, bigger bins that were uplifted on a more frequent basis. So that was a kind of a live response to that information that was coming in. We're aiming to use, so I refer to in one of the appendices that we've written a litter and bin guidance document, and that's for how we respond to information that's coming through to us. For example, we've seen this large amount of litter coming through at one of our sites. How might we respond to it? Is it something that we can respond to with staff time, or is it actually needed to feed through into more infrastructure upgrades? So that's one of the reasons why we wanted to have that, strong strand of data within that to be able to inform our decision-making process as live as possible, and then also feeding through into longer-term investment as well.
Yeah, I mean, so the query about 8.4, some of that's covered in 6.2.3 as well. It's this mainstreaming of not looking at litter in isolation, and our people, our visitors mostly are coming to hubs, and it's working about how that infrastructure is fit for purpose. I think members mentioned earlier on the role that business plays, and we saw that really acutely through the COVID pandemic, because when businesses are closed, litter capacity is reduced, toilet capacity is reduced. So again, it's looking at the whole So it links into those strategic tourism infrastructure design plans that we have for West Loch Lomond, East Loch Lomond, those moving out to Strathard and Calendar. So it's having litter as part of the menu in that. Services was mentioned earlier on today, so the primary function of that, I suppose, is where's the infrastructure missing, where are the gaps, where are the clear gaps, and then with our local authority partners mostly, where is the litter services and what's achievable and what works and what doesn't, along with the communities. So it's really embedding the kind of litter infrastructure and services within that wider design plan of any new or retrofitted infrastructure.
Sorry. It was just that, where are we on a specific point about introducing and encouraging the introduction of separate stream recycling bins and collections at a lot of sites? Because I just don't see, it's not a national, we're only responsible, as we said, for a very small part, and we're not the litter authority. But across the piece, I just don't see it happening at a lot of visitor management sites, wherever they are, to be honest with you. And I don't know what conversations we've had about encouraging that separated stream recycling collections.
Yep, so in the infrastructure review, this was a key issue for us, particularly thinking about our Mission Zero ambitions. So how do you better encourage recycling? There's two ways to try and encourage recycling. There's on-the-go recycling, so recycling at source, so that's putting it into separate bins, or the end-of-pipe kind of separating when you're doing the waste management process, so diverting from landfill. We did have conversations with our local authority partners who have more experience of putting out kind of on-the-go recycling bins, and also service providers about what we, could anybody uplift this waste for us? And one of the key issues that kind of was raised through these discussions, and we still haven't resolved, is this big issue about contamination. So contamination, for those of you who aren't in the waste world, is effectively when a nice clean bin full of plastic bottles, for example, gets what's remaining of somebody's picnic thrown in there, and the juice gets spilt out, and all of the bin juice, for the technical word to put into there, and then all of that recycling within that is then contaminated. Particularly when it comes to areas that we look after, which are rural, which often only get bin servicing once a week. What can happen is that they send the recycling vehicle to our sites, they look at the contents of that bin, they deem it contaminated, and then the recycling truck is not able to then uplift that waste. That leaves us with quite a significant issue at that site, where we are then either having to try to get a landfill general waste bin to go and access that, a lorry to uplift that for us, or we're kind of topping and tailing the bin ourselves, which is kind of hugely intensive with terms of staff time. So we started to explore some of the kind of the more technical ways of diverting from landfill with our local authority partners, and also with private contractors as well, looking at their how much recycling they were able to kind of pull out from a mixed or just a kind of general waste collected. So all the local authorities do this. They do have separation at diversion from landfill when they're processing the waste, and some private contractors they give quotes for greater diversion from landfill. But for us, it's being in a rural environment, it's quite difficult to get those services kind of embedded and up and running.
Thanks, Nick. Yeah, conscious that this is a monster of a topic. So I've got two waiting, and so Bob, and then we'll close with Heather, if that's okay, please.
Thanks, Chair. Just quickly, a couple of comments, really, and a very specific question. When I was reading through this report, I kind of thought, well, it's sort of a negativity towards the end in terms of the remaining challenges, and how many of these remaining challenges actually reflect the challenges we probably set ourselves 3 years ago and were aware of at that time. But I don't think we should be. I think it's a very good report, and I think we should, congratulate Nick and the park should congratulate itself in terms of actually seeking to try and address this problem in a more rounded way, in a more imaginative way. And despite the fact that there are still some very significant challenges, you know, I think we should not lose sight of the fact that we've done a lot of good work here. So my specific question relates to paragraph 8.2, and where you say that you know, we've been heartened about the increased efforts from stakeholders across the national park, and that seems to reflect about the fact that we have been able to engage and encourage local communities and volunteers and other partners and businesses to actually, you know, lend some support to this and actually, you know, carry out some practical support and a practical effort in terms of litter prevention. And then in the last sentence we say we'll continue to support collaborative activities in this. So my question is, how are we going to do that? Is there money available for it? It seems like a nice sentence to have put in to say this was a success and we'll continue to support it. But how, in a practical sense, are we going to support it over the years?
I can take a very immediate kind of what's happening in this year and then probably pass over to Kenny.
Well, I think, Gordon, do you want to kick us off and then we'll pick up the detail?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you hadn't made that point, Bob, I would have, because I think certainly over the last few years, there's been a marked change in terms of, if I can characterise it, it was more of a blame game a couple of years ago. It was like, what are you lot doing about litter, and everyone seeing it as someone else's problem. And I think there has been a far more genuinely collaborative approach, and not just with local authorities, but with community organisations, businesses, etc. So, you know, we're in Lust summits talking about what wardens going where, how they're going to support each other. It doesn't matter who's funded them or who's employing them, but there's very much a sort of sub-destination team mentality. It does, in terms of resources, it does go back to the question earlier around some of this stuff's been funded by COVID funding. So, for example, the Friends of National Park have sponsored quite a lot of stuff, but that has come from Better Places funding. So there is definitely something we'll all need to look at around how some of the good stuff that's come out of collaboration is sustained as some of those temporary funds start to disappear. But I do think there's a far clearer understanding of what each player in this is and isn't able to do, and it's sort of blending all of that together into something that it's not solved everything, but it's certainly more effective than it was the 2 or 3 years ago, and isn't more of a constructive footing rather than a blame game is probably not the right phrase, but it was everyone pointing at each other really, and we'll certainly want to sustain that, and I think it will be through a lot of the visitor management groups that we've now got, that litter is very much blended into those other things that we're discussing.
I think that probably great close with your questions at all point, Heather.
Yeah, well, it kind of picks up on what Bob and Gordon both just said there. In the section 9, the challenges that remain, I do think that some of that list, especially the ones on leadership, you know, the proactive and influencing, are perhaps not as big a challenge as they could have been because of the role that Nick's played and the sort of different attitudes and the way we look at these now. The one that perhaps jumps out on that list is around the motorhome disposal work. I know don't want to open a can of worms here, but you know, I was up in Glencoe last weekend, and really the exponential rise that many members have been talking about around the table is just incredibly evident. So I think that's something we do really need to keep on the horizon around the piloting work and around perhaps our sort of visitor services priorities as well. But it was really to reassure Nick and Anna and others that I think we do all recognise that these challenges could have been significantly worse, and that we've actually played a leadership and an influencing role which will have a legacy. So that's reassuring for us as a board, with the wee exception of the motorhome at 9.15. Then that was really just all I wanted to contribute. James, thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Heather. Anything to say? Yeah, motorhomes. A common feature of this discussion. In which case, we'll draw this item to a close, but just, if I may, the paper represents a Herculean amount of work, and it's against a headwind, and it's great to see progress. That being said, I think clear recognition of the challenges that remain, and I think it feels entirely appropriate for a mainstreaming process to happen, having drawn it out to try and move it forward, invigorate it, and then to put it back into the mainstream feels like a very sensible step in its journey, and delighted to have seen it. So thank you ever so much. That takes us to a series of items 10, 11 and 12, which are covering the annual operation plan. First of them, slightly punchier topics, I think, in terms of timing, maybe. First one covers the annual report 21-22, so it's closing things out. And Pete, do you want to, and Samantha's with us as well. So, Pete, you kicking us off?
Yes.
Great.
Thanks very much, James. So, yeah, so this is, the first one is on the last financial year and our sort of final report on delivery of the annual operational plan. And we'll come on to the current financial year in a minute, but we'll start with last financial year. So I think a few things I just wanted to say to set this up. I think we've quite quickly gotten back to in-person working, hybrid working. It's easy, certainly, for me to forget just how challenging of a year last year was, actually. I think I've started to block it out of my memory already. Just, we were largely all working from home. We had the busiest visitor season, our long-standing members of staff have ever experienced. We've had a really, really difficult kind of procurement environment and everything. So it was such a really challenging year. And I think on the back of that, I think the progress against the annual operational plan looks absolutely incredible in terms of what our staff were able to deliver. So I'm probably biased in that view, but I think that, it's really important to just recognize that from my perspective. Also, obviously, we did, sort of as the antidote to the challenges, we did have the benefit last year of the financial uplift from Scottish Government, which did help us, obviously, in terms of getting the organisation back onto a stable footing and helping us with raising our game in terms of delivery, I think, as well. So those were kind of just the overall kind of broad intro points, but I thought I'd hand over to Sam for any other sort of sum up points ahead of questions.
Thanks, Pete. So I suppose just to draw everyone's attention to the fact that we were looking at delivering 36 particular key deliverables last year. We've completed 30 of them, and 6 of them are kind of either partially achieved, 4 or postponed until 2022-23. I think it's really pertinent to draw attention to the fact that where we have partially met those key deliverables, it was because we proactively delayed the deliverable due to another strategic priority to allow that to progress at the pace that we needed it to. There were either delays with recruitment of key roles that didn't allow as much progress as we would have liked in key areas, or we experienced kind of challenges beyond our control, such as material changes in the procurement market or increased cost of materials. And that's something we're seeing kind of moving still through 2022-23. I think on the whole, I feel really positive about being able to present this report. It feels like a nice one to be given responsibility for. But I'm happy to take any questions that any members may have.
Thanks, Sam. And with that, any comments or questions from members? Martin.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. As you say, a nice read-through on that. It was just one question, just out of curiosity, really. On page 307, where it talks about under 2.2 deliver nature-based solutions projects, a fisheries management plan for the Upper Forth and Teeth was concluded, and proposals for a wetland network project developed with the Forth Rivers Trust. So I suppose, although the proposals have been developed, what happens to those proposals? I mean, that from the point of view of what was required under the AOP, it's complete. I'd just like to know what happens next, if you like. And I don't expect you to have that necessarily in the front of your head, but happy to get the details offline if that's easier.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't have the details to hand on that, Martin, but more than happy to catch up with you afterwards and get those to you.
In Simon's absence, I think the answer is they got all the money and they're cracking straight on into it. I stand to be corrected when Simon comes back, but I'm pretty certain that's where Forth Rivers Trust are with that. Big success.
And get an update on that, that'd be fantastic. Thank you.
Great, and thanks for the steer, Chris. In which case, just remember this is an item for noting, so it's punctuation mark in the process to close things down. That takes us then to the next item 11, which is the same thing, however, for 22-23. So this is an update. Pete, over to you again.
Yep, that's right. Thanks, Chair. And so for this one, this is on the current financial year and the plan that was agreed back in March at the March board meeting. So the report obviously only reports against a couple of months of delivery, so it's only April and May really that it's reporting against. And as you can see, you know, as it's probably normal for this time of year, almost everything's on track. There are a few things, however, though, that even at this early stage, we are starting to run up against some challenges on that are flagged as either kind of at risk or behind schedule. Just a few, not a lot. I was going to pass over to Kenny, actually, to talk about a couple of those that might be of more interest to the board, and then after Kenny to Sam, just in terms of kind of anything else to add beyond that.
Okay, thanks. It's just I think the sole at-risk point there is to do with improvements to Conic Hill Path, and that's a significant capital investment programme there, and it's really just it's a a large-scale investment programme, and we're just having landowner discussions there, which are not going as well as we'd hoped, and we're hoping to resolve them quickly. And then Gordon and I will be having a meeting with the landowner soon to make sure that everything's clear. So it's just really cards on the table there. These are, points that we have to go through correctly. I do have a path agreement there, but obviously, there's legal discussions, but we never like to, we work proactively with a tenant farmer and a landowner to make sure that the project is fitting everybody's ideals and solutions, and there's no unintended consequences. So, it's a project that we are firmly behind. It's been a number of years in the making, but we've still got some key points. And why it's at risk is that really for that level of capital investment and the contractors already on board and the design on board, that really we need to find a decision by the end of July, really, so that we're confident and we're not getting ourselves into a position where we're struggling. So that's why we're having those conversations. But I'm relatively calm about that, but it's right that you're seeing that as an at-risk, just because we wouldn't want to be letting that go further down the line, and the board didn't see that for such a point. Happy to take any questions on that later on, but that's just kind of normal project development, to be honest, to a degree. And the other one I wanted to highlight was around the shuttle bus pilot, which generates a huge amount of interest in all of our meetings, and there's some really excellent work. But we've taken forward that tender exercise. We had 13 notes of interest, at least. It might have had a few at the end. But unfortunately, in the end, we only had one tender. The project team worked at pace to work with that tender, but in the end, we deemed that it didn't meet our minimum requirements, and so we've now, as a team, entered accelerated direct discussions and negotiations with operators to see what can be delivered. So we have a number of operators we're talking to on a daily basis. My update today is probably different than it would have been on Friday. But there's a couple of operators who can work with us, and we're working to see what we could get, probably starting in a mid-July to mid-September 2-month pilot. But that is behind what we'd hoped. We'd hoped to have something in June, but all things being well, it's just the sector, and this is part of the pilot, part of our evidence base, is that there's a critical shortage of drivers across the industry, and there's also a critical systemic issue that we all are aware of in our transport systems. And there's an operator I was talking to the other day. He was the youngest driver for his company at the age of 65. And most of his drivers were in their 70s. So again, this is learning that we're getting, understanding how the sector works, how the limitations in growth, the limitations in service provision, job employment opportunities, seasonality, all of those points are coming through. But we're exploring opportunities with a couple of preferred operators. We also have the opportunity to do joint operators. So there's some operators won't have enough buses, so we have an opportunity to have a deal with maybe 2 or 3 operators to provide that. So that's what the work we're doing at the moment. But again, we really need to have a decision by the project team have really set a decision by end of June, early July for a decision of whether there's a viable shuttle bus pilot worthy of the public funding, because the last thing we want to do is trying to rush something out there that is not fit for purpose, that reflects poorly, and that could be referred to as a failed operation when it was really never given a chance. So, but happy to take lots of questions on that.
Thanks, Chair. Just to pick up on the kind of 2 remaining updates that we're reporting as behind schedule. One of them is in relation to the strategic transport facility at Loch. I'm not going to go into detail there. You've heard from Deborah this morning. I think it would be slightly remiss of me to cover information that Deborah would be much more competent at covering. But I do just want to pick up on the one in relation to Calendar's landscape partnership. We are in the process of coming towards the end of the project here. A lot of the projects have been closed out. There's 1 or 2 outstanding. They're not actually ones that we are delivering. They're being delivered by the community. So our role there is very much is kind of the key partner, the lead partner there, supporting both the community and other partners to close out that piece of work successfully. So whilst it's behind schedule at the moment, it's not necessarily anything that's in our control to change, but we are working as quickly and as hard as we can with communities to put that back on track.
Great, thanks. Also over to members for questions. Martin, I think you had one, or did Kenny cover it?
Almost with his last sentence, it was just I think that was the point about the shuttle bus, and as you say, Kenny, it excites a great deal of interest, rightly so, because it's potentially incredibly important and what it might deliver. But my concern was exactly that when I was reading that and listening to your report about better to get it right than run a truncated pilot. And I suppose it's if that view is taken that actually it's so late in the season we're not going to be able to get the range of the pilot to do what we would like it to do to inform us how we want to inform us and everything, would then that a practical decision be to actually, do you know what, we're going to put this into next year, we're going to put this into next season, we're going to have it ready to go earlier on and run a much, what we want to run effectively. And of course, but the risk there, I suppose, is keeping the operator on board to be able to do that. So it's that balance, isn't it?
Yeah, just to be clear, I suppose the project team are working really well on this. I suppose it's about the minimum viable. I'm not less concerned about the end of year, but actually because the season we've witnessed has actually been a slow build. So last weekend was the first weekend, and it was a public holiday, and the sun was out. So the weekend before, and that was the first weekend we've really seen the travel, the transport issues get to amber towards red previously there. So in hindsight, it's actually a lot of our project team, July to August, the school holidays was always the focus, and we wanted to extend it through to September. So in terms of having it later in the season, we're not seeing that as a high risk. What we're not wanting to do is to have one bus that is of poor quality every 2 hours. We want it to have a kind of a minimum viable where it's an attractive option and it's something that we can market, because there's a parallel project that you're aware of, the Journey Planner, and it would be marketed and supported through that digital app. So and we'll be marketing it well with our comms team. So it's around frequency, it's around quality of provision. I think in the end, if we have a 6 to 8 week project, that gives us enough time, because a lot of the learning from this is around operator satisfaction, driver interaction, visitor feedback. So the length of the time, I'm less worried about. As long as it's not 2 weeks, I think there will be a minimum product. But I think that's where we're going. What I would say is that we're definitely looking at a preferred option of the Trossachs linking between Aberfoyle and Callendar, because it links into the 2 largest hubs with existing kind of onward transport and inward transport links. Definitely we've learnt a huge amount around how much these systems cost and what the operator costs are, and the points there. So it wouldn't be 2 or 3 pilots. We're looking at a sole pilot, and that's our preferred option at the moment.
Thanks. Thanks all. We'll finish with you, Heather. If that's
Yeah,
right.
no, it was just to say that if it goes towards the 6 weeks during the summer, then it just becomes so weather dependent. You know, I just think it then becomes in danger of not being valid because, you know, 6 weeks for a period of weather in Scotland is not long enough. You know, if you're testing a service that is weather dependent, you can't just test it over 6 weeks in the summer months because you could just get 6 wet weeks and then your data. And it's not. It's fine if you're building that in as a learning experience, but you really need the whole of, you know, effectively, ideally June, July, August. But you know, if you're going to go into September, you know, Glasgow Science Centre is packed during a wet summer school holidays because people don't do things outdoors. So you're not really testing the service. So anything towards 6 weeks, I would be very, I would have concerns.
Thanks, Heather. I think nods down in terms of that being factored into the thought process. Ronnie, we will finish with you if that's right.
Thanks, James. Just a quick question, really. It's in 1.3, and one of the deliverables we have is to ensure the involvement of young people in determining the future of the national park. We've talked earlier about the tight timelines for the development of the plan over the next few months, so I'm looking really just for some reassurance that we will have young people involved in the development of the plan, because I think the action really just covers a forward plan about re-establishing, but not about the tangibles. What do we do once we get people involved?
I think, Anna, do you want to go for it?
Yeah, a couple of things. One was I attended the youth committee with Nick last week. So Nick's now the operational manager responsible for that, as that falls within her new team now. And I was pleased to see that the shuttle bus was something that lit up their eyes as another audience who, you know, don't have cars to get about necessarily themselves. So, you know, the shuttle bus is there for visitors, but also it provides a service to other people who perhaps live in the area and need to get about as well. So that was an aside. It's maybe worth Nick talking through the plans for how we're proposing to engage young people, well, not young people, sorry, how we're proposing to engage the youth committee through our strategic plans work at present, and there's sort of wider work that's going on at the moment that Joanne's looking after, which is looking at all sort of lesser heard voices during that. I think she spoke to Zen last week about some of that as well. So not just the youth committee as being all young people. So I'll let Nick speak about the youth committee element of that.
Yep, so in brief, thinking about the youth committee, we've re-established a programme of in-person and hybrid meetings, in-person and online meetings, sorry. So the intention of those is to kind of correspond with board meetings wherever possible, and to have short and sharp online. So as Deborah referred to, we had Deborah and Matt Buckland for the Loch Lomond bylaw review, doing some of that more kind of interim strategic thinking with the youth committee. And then we've already had one in-person session, and we are planning to have a youth camp at the end of July. So a 2-day session with them, having a big focus on the strategic planning. So looking at kind of the draft thinking around the National Park Partnership Plan, what really sticks out to them as critical, you know, what's enablers for them, what are opportunities for them, and what are barriers to them, what support do they need within that. We'll explore within that youth committee engagement how we might work with them to reach other young people. Now, we know this isn't going to be representative of all young people. It's going to be a very, very small subsect, but working with them to kind of build in opportunities for other, so potentially them taking on an ambassadorial role from what they learn from us with Youth Camp, and then taking it to their school, for example. But that's one slice of the engagement we're doing with young people for strategic planning at the moment.
Thanks, Nick. Thanks, Ronnie. I think that draws that item to a close. So Again, just it was for noting. That takes us to the last item of this session, which is the finance update. Welcome, Ailey. Good to see you. Pete, I think we're starting with you.
Thanks very much, Chair. 3 in a row. So there's just a couple of things I wanted to draw out before handing over to Ailey. There's probably two points. One is on last financial year. The report obviously highlights a very significant underspend on the capital side, which we've been flagging to the board for quite some time now in terms of kind of at our regular updates. The underspend on the revenue was much, much smaller. But the reasons for that underspend on capital are set out in the paper. And yeah, overall, it was a very difficult kind of delivery environment. I suppose I wanted to highlight that we're taking action to try and address that this year and get ahead of it. So that includes some of the over-programming work, or the sort of, I think it was referred to earlier as a taxi queue as well earlier in terms of the PLACE program. We're also planning an earlier review of our capital spend in the year. So usually that's at our Q2 review, which happens sort of September, October time, but we're going to be bringing that forward this year into kind of early to mid-August to be looking at that to see how projects are progressing and whether reallocation is needed. And yeah, kind of lining up shovel-ready projects to potentially reallocate to. So that was the first thing I wanted to mention. The second thing was just, obviously the paper sets out that we were able to confirm what we updated verbally at the board meeting last time about the additional visitor management funding and what that's done to our budget in terms of both enabling us to deliver kind of the visitor management boots on the ground kind of response that we planned for, or that we wanted to plan for this year, which is hugely positive, but allowed us to kind of reallocate to some other things. And just to highlight those other things are Mission Zero, where we needed kind of some revenue to supplement the capital there to make sure we can start with those upgrades, but also support for some of our priority projects like the navigation bylaws and the strategic plans. Those are the main areas that we've reallocated that to. Ailey, is there anything else you wanted to add?
Probably just a couple of things from my point of view. Thank you, Pete. Just to obviously flag, a lot's happened since we last came to this board. Obviously, we had the 630k of visitor management funding, so we've gone through the process of reallocating that. The accounts that you see for 21-22 are still very much draft. So external audit starts on Monday next week. And obviously that's just the cash position that's there at the moment. So we will bring back to you in September the full statutory accounts, which will show the final audited position. But the position that's there is purely just the cash amount at the moment. A few other things just to comment on in terms of that process. Obviously, look back to 21-22. It was a transitional year. We did have a big uplift in our revenue between 2021 and 21-22. So I think there's a recognition that actually we did do extremely well to manage to deliver on all that revenue funding that we got, and also additional COVID funding, especially with the COVID lens on things. And we have recruited the key positions around future nature, around PLACE. You heard from Deborah this morning, developing that capital investment programme, and around Kenny's position in terms of visitor services. So I think despite the capital underspend, actually we've put in the building blocks and we've really delivered on getting the organisation ready and more resilient to be able to deliver on the longer term capital field. We have had those COVID challenges. I think when you think back how challenging last year was, in terms of from our own perspective, but also from contractors and the supply chain, it really was an extremely challenging year. And we recognised those challenges early on and have been very transparent with yourselves and obviously with Scottish Government around the challenges we've had in spending that capital budget. So all the reasons are outlined in the paper, and as Pete said, we've put in place some more steps for this year to really look at how we deliver on 22-23. Also with the resource spending review, looking forward and taking some of the points from that and thinking, well, how do we start thinking about our 23-24 budget? So obviously we're juggling a lot. We're juggling current financial year, previous financial year, and obviously looking forward as well. So all the information is in the paper and the appendices, but happy to take any questions that anyone may have as well.
Thanks, Pete. Thanks, Ailey. Over to members if there's any comments or questions on the update. Martin.
Yeah, just one. Thanks, Ailey, as usual, for a couple of very clear reports. It was on 5.3, page 2 of the 7, as it was sent through separately. But it's just, I'm not sure this is best addressed to answer, but it talks about the money coming in, which has allowed the reallocation of the original staffing budget of 379. And then so it talks about the money coming in from COVID visitor management monies, this will be the last year we get it, providing provision to extend the environment officers, which obviously we've been talking about previously. So I suppose because that's being extended under one-off money for this year, it was just to get an understanding of how those positions, which from everything I've heard, have been very well received and are doing a very good, important job, how that's going to be effectively continued in future years, and is that the case?
You're kind of asking next year's budget question, but I think it's useful to get a sense of the direction of travel. Pete, do you want to field this in the first instance?
Absolutely. Thanks, James, and thanks, Martin, for the question. Yeah, I mean, I don't actually have an answer for you in terms of firm, how we might support those roles going forward in the future. And I think it's something that is one of the big questions as we develop next year's budget, especially given what Gordon said earlier in the CEO update about kind of potential flat settlement, potential kind of pay bill constraint, and so on that we're having to look at. So they will absolutely be in the mix in and amongst all the other kind of priorities that we will have to look at in terms of how are we able to kind of spend our budget next year, and that will be part of the probably difficult decision making that we're going to have to look at. How many future roles can we support? And I'm not just talking about those roles in particular that you highlighted, but I guess all of our roles, including our seasonal presence out there. Yeah.
Thanks, Pete and Martin. I think the fact that we've had them does give us an evidence base. It's now a real activity that we have an evidence base of impact behind, rather than a concept that's yet to be trialled. So I think that certainly will give. I imagine will feature prominently in the discussion as we get to it. Any other comments from members? We covered a lot of ground in those bits. Thanks ever so much, not just for pulling all the papers and the work that sits behind it, but in each of these reports, I'm aware, Samantha, the cascade of work that's necessary to gather all of that information. And I take from, one of the things I take from the numbers of questions and the nature of the questions is actually the journey we've been on in terms of annual operating reporting, in terms of financial reporting. It seems to whilst always appropriate to tinker and improve, I think it's recognition of the place it's got to in terms of how we can digest that information. So thanks to all for pulling that together. That closes the morning session. Apologies, we are 13 minutes adrift. We will we'll take up till 2 for a lunch break and reconvene at that point for the final set, for the next public session, which covers updates from committees. So ahead of that, thanks to all. We'll see you all again at 2. just hold on for a moment, if that's all right. And just before we do go live, I'm going to say a very brief welcome to Monique Van Landringham, who's across from the US. We can go live now, if that's all right. There we are. Welcome back, everybody, and to session 3, which is covers items 13 through 15, so focusing on updates from the committees. I haven't got a running order, but looking around the table, I think we're going to kick off with Martin and Futures Group. And we'll start with you, if that's all right, just in terms of
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I was ready-ish. Well, it's a reasonably short update report, verbal update. You would have all received a copy of the closing statement from the Futures Group discussion of the place planning programme, which obviously we've been talking about earlier. And we're all comfortable with that statement. I hope the board is generally as well. I think it seems to encapsulate a lot of the sentiments and aims and desires that we've been talking about under this programme. And attached with that was also a comment from Stuart as well that we wanted to put out about it as well, because I think that was quite positive about the way that the Futures Group has been used in this and has informed how we're going to do things going forward. And I think through the summer with some of the NPPP work as well, we're going to be using that methodology as well, obviously with Sarah probably heading that up as well, which is great. So I think there's some real positives here. And as I keep saying, it's not just about the topics that the Futures Group deal with, it's how they deal with it. And that's evolving and working, and it's adding that extra dimension to how the board interacts and engages. And I think very helpful from an officer perspective to get that closer engagement at an early stage. So I'm very pleased with the way it's gone. And I will take this opportunity just to thank Sarah very much for her consistent input into this and to how we're working everything. I've really enjoyed it. And I think Sarah and the rest of the members of the group have as well. So there we are. We met on the 13th of May to decide that, discuss the findings of the PLACE programme, as we've said. The final statement has been agreed and distributed. So due to a lot of priority work on the NPPP over the next few months, then the formal Futures Group is not going to meet. There's no need for it to at the moment, I think, but actually, as just articulated, we'll be utilising some of its work in that format, which under the NPPP, which Sarah and Chris are taking a lead on, which I think is going to be useful. And obviously, when we come back after the summer, then we'll be able to have a conversation about what topics the Futures Group will be utilised on going forward. There we are.
Thanks, Martin. Any follow-ups? Just one from me, which picks up on the sentiment, which is this feels like quite a big moment, actually, because the Futures Group was a concept we talked through about how do we develop a capability that allows contributions to go beyond the set structures of this format and to draw on the wider talents of this group, but also right across the organisation. And so it's taken a fair bit of time to sort of think. We knew it was going to be a test and sort of learn process. And I'm very pleased to see this stage that we've got to. Not necessarily the finished product in terms of how the Futures Group will always work, but it feels like a real notable step. So Hugh, just to echo those thanks, but to you, Martin, to Sarah, but also to Anna and the wider team who've been pulling that together. It feels like quite a potent capability. Is that a phrase? Sarah, please dive in.
Yeah, just a quick one. If we just review, not evaluating, talking about what it's been like over the last year, I'd just like to say thank you as well to all of the external speakers that have come. We've had like Snowdonia, Lake District, was it? Yeah, Lake District 7, and I can't remember everyone, so apologies, but we've had some really great speakers come and getting that kind of, external influence and, well, not influence, but advice, I think, for us to listen to. It's been really valuable, I think, for everyone that's come along to it. So just a thank you.
Thanks ever so much. Until the next one. So next, I think we'll turn our attention to Ronnie and audit. You're just next to. I'll work my way around the table. So.
Thank you. Thanks, James. Yep, we had a meeting. Latest meeting of the Audit and Risk Committee was last week. It was a very good meeting, as always, with high-quality papers. And we had a focus on 2 or 3 areas. I guess, first off, internal audit. We had a couple of internal audits done. Audit Glasgow have been a success, I have to say, in the time that they've been involved with the organisation, and they've delivered consistently good quality. This time round, they did a report on risk management for us, and also on the GIS applications, both of which they gave a reasonable level of assurance for, which is a good result. It's like there's 4 levels, and that's the second best level out of 4, what you would normally feel safe giving as an auditor most of the time. So out of those, we had one high-level recommendation on each report, and Pete and the team have agreed to implement all the recommendations that we have within the report. So I don't think I want to go into any of the details, and we've already actually partly implemented some of the risk management recommendations as we stand. We also had the internal audit team provides a follow-up report on previous recommendations which have been agreed between officers and internal audit. So we had 21 of these brought forward from last time round, 3 implemented, 3 superseded or possibly to come back in a different form, 15 outstanding, and it was a slight concern expressed, I suppose, that out of those 15, 6 had due dates which were extended, and some have been extended in the past. So the committee members have requested a progress update on that next time round, make sure we're making some solid progress there. But they are primarily low and medium recommendations again, so there are no big showstoppers in there. We also heard the best value 21-22 report, which is tied into the year end, showing very good progress across the organisation. That was a very positive report. And I guess that's partly also mirrored by the annual statements of assurance, where each of the teams gives an update on the activity, the key activity over the last year, and a brief look ahead to the future year. So that gives a great picture, actually, to the Audit and Risk Committee and a great degree of assurance that then we can give to Gordon and to the board that things are going as expected. We had the slightly drier accounting policies paper, but nevertheless it looked fine. We were happy with that, and the draft governance statement. Finally, we had a discussion on the corporate risk register, and there's a debate coming on risk later on in the agenda. So I'll maybe say more about that at that point in time. What I would say, though, in particular is there's an upgraded format now for the corporate risk register aligned with the risk management framework that the board agreed last time round. And I think that is making it easier again for us to have a look at risk and to analyse and discuss risk. So very helpful all round. Good meeting. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Ronnie. Just any... No, in which case, I'll just... Bob, if I could turn to you next, please.
Thanks, James. 3 planning committees just to touch upon, really. Back in February, Claire chaired her first planning committee, which was quite a sensitive application relative to a quarry extension at Cambus Moor up in Calendar, which was approved by committee after extensive debate. In March, we took and considered the formal response that the National Parliament would be making in terms of the National Planning Framework 4, and again, subject to some debate. And also we put forward a kind of, perhaps might be construed a dull and boring document, but actually all very important in terms of the workload of the team, a new planning enforcement charter, which was approved. Didn't have a committee in April, and in May we consider, amongst other things, a large-scale development of 50-bedroom care home proposal, again in Calendar, on what had formerly been a site earmarked for retail purposes. And again, after some debate, was approved, and a good thing too. I think it would be a significant contribution to that sector in Calendar, and a very up-to-date facility at that. We've also, during the period, held two LRBs, formal reviews, formal appeals, effectively, against refusals of applications, delegated refusal. Both of them for single houses, but actually both of them quite complicated issues to deal with, I think, and I think my fellow members of the LRB would agree on that one. A single house up at St Fillan's, at Tarkin Lodge, and on that occasion we chose to overturn the recommendation of the officer and approve that single house proposal, subject to significant conditions and legal agreements to be signed in due course. And the second one, a single house to the back of Main Street, Gartmore, which was associated with the community shop facility, which this was really an enabling application, really, to enable the shop to continue, according to the documentation in front of us, to enable the community shop to continue trading on the proviso that they secured planning permission for a single house. But there were sufficient other reasons, good planning reasons, I think, for refusal for the house. And as I say, we upheld the decision of the officer. So we refused that one. We approved the single house at Tarkin Lodge. And the final thing I would say is that both of these LRBs were quite lengthy affairs, actually. One of them included a site visit up at St Fillan's, and extensive debate ensued, and we seemed to debate the planning issues for some considerable time. And in both instances, the public were watching, there was a public audience, applicant, those people who had objected to the applications as well. And actually, the interesting thing, as far as I'm concerned, and I think this puts the National Park into a really good light, I think, shines a good light in the National Park's activity in this area. I was congratulated as the chair of these LRBs on just the process that we'd gone through, that it had been open, it had been frank, that the members of the LRB had clearly considered all of the key issues and had been well informed and had read the papers. And so even those people who were leaving the room a bit aggrieved at the notion that what they were objecting to had actually been approved and so on and so forth, were actually very happy with the process and the visibility of the process and the level of debate that the members of the LRB had gone through. So I'd congratulate the members of the LRB for that. And I think, as I say, it's a good example of planning in action.
Thanks, Bob, and thanks for sharing that, because I think that is that's one of the things I'm sure we aim for, on the basis that because we do have to make decisions ultimately, that almost by definition we won't satisfy everybody's, but if we can give them confidence in the journey that gets us to that, that feels like a significant, important step. So thanks ever so much for sharing. I'm aware there's been quite an enforcement workload recently, and I don't know if there's anything, not necessarily on the specifics. Mostly I wanted to recognise the workload of the team that are delivering it.
Yeah, no, thanks, James. Yes, there has been a continued kind of enforcement activity, and particularly two locations, and just outside Gartaharn, where we served a stop notice given works that had started, and quite a challenging exchange between officers and the site owner has brought the submission or the process to submit a planning application. We've got one part of the planning application, so it has brought positive action in the sense as we would expect in that case. And then further north, near Balquhidder, on sites known locally more as Stronus Laney, where there's a number of plots being marketed and purchased, small plots. They don't have access to them, and they're being marketed at quite an attractive price. And some of the owners, unfortunately, have started to do some works on them to create an access. And so we've served a few notices now. So advertisement notice because of the sign, a stop notice because of some of the works, and now an amenity notice to get some of the material removed. And we've had a multi-agency meeting between Police Scotland, Nature Scott, CPAT, community and others. So we've been proactive. We've obviously done proactive media statements as well, because we are concerned that people are buying these sites with an expectation that it is not correct, and it appears that due diligence is not being done. So it's taken up a lot of staff time. So it's just worth highlighting that. We are engaging with the plot owners and with the community, but obviously, people are within the right to buy pieces of land and to use them for certain things, but not this is an area that's very sensitive and isn't suitable for development. So hopefully that gives a quick flavour, Chair.
No, thanks for that. And I think just to recognise that the staff are put in a challenging situation and recognise the toll that takes, I guess, and the hard work that it represents to actually address those challenges. So thanks for the update, and thanks, Bob. Heather, would you mind your dual areas of interest?
Yes, two short updates. Firstly, a very short update on Youth Committee, because Nick covered quite a bit in her response alongside Anna. So, yeah, I was going to tell the board that Nick Turner is now our lead manager and part of Anna's directorate with the Youth Committee and engagement work. We have, coming out of COVID, a refreshed membership within the Youth Committee. Good to see quite a few young people, new young people coming through and getting involved. Still a bit of a gap with the 18 to sort of 25-year-old area, but Douglas, with his previous experience, along with Anna and others, will be working on that. Nick's working on a new strategy, really, with the Youth Committee around engaging with lots of different areas within the National Park and externally as well. And of course, that's being co-designed with the young people in the Youth Committee. The July camp will provide a further opportunity to do that. I hope to get along to one or indeed both days and camp as part of the July camp. And after this meeting, tomorrow probably, I will be providing a little update to the Youth Committee on what we've discussed here at board by video for their base camp function, and I'm happy to do it this time, but might be looking for a volunteer for September, so I can share with you, if anyone's interested in doing that update, I can share with you through WeTransfer my sort of 2-minute update, or it might be slightly longer than that, update. So that was all I was going to say about Youth Committee. The other update that I usually provide is around the Countryside Trust, where there has been quite a lot of activity. So our still fairly new Chief Executive, Cynthia Larrabee, has decided it's not for her after our 6-month sort of period. Has decided to step down, has resigned. So we thank her for everything that she has contributed during that time. But it does mean that the Countryside Trust will be going out again to look for a new director or chief executive. We're not quite sure how we're going to phrase it. So hope to that everyone can help with that around promoting that to networks. But to assure the board that the refreshed Countryside Trust Board with new trustees is looking after all the main areas around walk in the park, active travel that are still very, very successful. And also Susan Warren, our transformational director for about a year, just over a year, during COVID, is coming back a couple of days a week to help us during this transition time until we find a new chief exec. So yeah, walk in the park, active travel going really well, and on the nature front, under the sort of Wild Strathfillan project, then the Countryside Trust is hoping to develop a tree nursery sort of project, which would be fantastic for some of the landscape scale projects that Wild Strathfillan aims to deliver. Our chair, Dave Beaumont, who you might know from the RSPB, is very keen on this, very active on this, and Billy has been a tremendous help as well in terms of putting us in contact with True Estates that are also wanting to be part of this project, and we also really appreciate the support from Simon, Dominic Hall and Alan Bell in taking this project forward. So watch this space. Hopefully in the nature side we'll have some exciting news in the not too distant future.
Great, thanks. Just checking to see if there's any follow-up questions or comments, but National Park Partnership Plan work, we did touch on it earlier. Is there anything, Sarah, that you'd add? In which case we'll finish just on access. Kenny, is there anything, in Diane's absence, is there anything that would be added just on access, or?
Yeah, the Local Access Forum was reignited with our new Sustainable Travel and Access Manager, Sue Hilder, in post. So she was able to host that. And so they're looking to update their terms of reference and then go through a period of recruitment with help from Douglas to get that going again coming out of the COVID pandemic.
Great, thanks. That covers the updates in terms of item 13. Just looking to members if there's any, nobody noted any AOB ahead of time, but just no, that covers item 14. Item 15 is date of next meeting. That's Monday, the 12th of September. And I think we're still hoping to be at McLaren High for that. So we will see how that unpicks, but that's the intent. That therefore brings to the close the public session. We'll carry on to items 16 to 19, which are in the closed session. But if I could just bid a farewell to those who've been watching. Thanks for taking the time to come and keep an eye on it.